His name was Giuseppe Dotto. But he chose another one, Adonis, after the Greek god of beauty, because he thought he deserved it. For 50 years, the newspapers, the courts, even the FBI, all used the name he picked for himself. Only his gravestone tells the truth. Joe Adonis was a founding member of the American Mafia's ruling commission. He controlled the Brooklyn waterfront. He delivered the votes that ran the borough. He built a gambling empire across New Jersey. And yet he remains one of the least photographed powerful men in the history of organized crime, a boss who learned early that the secret to surviving was never to be seen. Around him stood the most dangerous men of the century: Lucky Luciano, Frank Costello, Meyer Lansky, Bugsy Siegel, Albert Anastasia. Joe Adonis helped put them in power. So why does almost no one know his name? To understand him, you have to see him through 4 pairs of eyes. A best friend, a killer, a federal agent, and a woman whose name we still don't know. To Lucky Luciano, he was a kid brother. They met over ice cream in Little Italy in 1920, 2 young men who put up $35,000 and went into bootlegging together. Luciano never forgot the train ride that sealed it. White tablecloths so bright, the car looked covered in snow, 2 kids with guns in their pockets and a fortune in cash, staring at the bankers at the next table. The world they meant to take. Luciano used to laugh at how often Joe checked the mirror. "Who do you think you are?" "Rudolph Valentino." The kid didn't blink. "For looks," he said, "that guy's a bum." That friendship lasted 40 years. When Luciano died in Italy in 1962, Adonis sent a single wreath. 3 words: "So long, pal." To Abe Kid Twist, Reles, Joe Adonis was something else entirely. Reles was a killer for Murder Incorporated, the Mafia's execution squad. And when Reles turned informant in 1940, he told prosecutors that Adonis outranked even Albert Anastasia, that no one stood higher on the national board. Not a triggerman. The man who decided who lived and who simply disappeared. Reles was ready to put all of it on the record. Then, in 1941, under round-the-clock police guard, he fell from a 6th-floor hotel window. With Renas gone, the case against Joe Adonis died with him. To the FBI, Joe Adonis was the one who got away. They built a file that ran for decades. 13 arrests. They could never make it stick. So when they couldn't jail him, they erased him, using a clerical error his own father made back in 1909 when Joe was 6 years old. In 1956, they put him on a plane to Italy and never let him come home. But the Bureau never stopped watching. Phone taps in Milan. A false sighting in Tijuana that put cables on Hoover's desk within days. Even in exile, an ocean away, Joe Adonis was still worth listening to. And then there's the woman. On his last full day alive, from a hospital bed in Italy, Joe Adonis placed a $560 phone call to New York. The person he called is still blacked out in the FBI file to this day. Days later, 7 limousines carried him to a church in New Jersey, back to the town he once owned. But when the cars emptied at the graveside, one woman stayed behind. The file records her only as Mrs. Rossi. Who she was, no one ever found out. This is the story of Joe Adonis, told by the friend who loved him, the killer who feared him, the agent who hunted him, and the woman who stayed. 4 witnesses, and one man who made sure you'd never really know him. Scene 1. The ice cream parlor. The spumoni was half gone when he sat down. I remember that because I'd been there maybe 20 minutes already, working through a dish of it at the marble counter. And the kid came in with the door banging behind him and the sound of Mulberry Street following him in like a dog, pushcart wheels. Somebody's radio playing through an open window, all of it cut off when the door swung shut. He had his cap pulled low and his jacket was too big for him, which meant he was carrying something under it or he'd stolen it, and knowing Joe, it could have been both. This was late in 1920, 9 months since Volstead turned every bottle of rye in the country into a gold bar, and the whole Lower East Side was vibrating with it. You could feel it in the pavement, in the way men talked on corners, in the sudden appearance of new cars on streets that had never seen anything but horse carts and Model Ts. I was 23. Joe Dotto was 18. Neither one of us was using the names we'd die with. He slid onto the stool next to me and ordered a dish of vanilla, plain, which told me something was on his mind, because the kid never ordered plain anything. His hands were on the counter, and they were still. When Joe's hands were still, he was thinking. I let him eat half of it before I said anything. He told me he'd been in Philadelphia the night before. Went to see Frankie Gennaro box. Gennaro, who'd go on to take the world flyweight title, but back then was just a kid from the neighborhood with fast hands. At the fight, Joe had been introduced to a man named Max Hoff. Boo Hoff. A boxing promoter, a fixer, a man who knew where every dollar in Philadelphia slept at night. And Hoff had taken Joe to meet Waxy Gordon. Now, Irving Wexler, Waxy Gordon, was already a power. Not the biggest, not yet. But the man had supply. Bonded rye, 100 proof, bottled before the law changed, sitting in warehouses across the river. And he was selling. The price was right if you could move volume, and Joe had talked his way into a deal for a full carload. The problem was cash. Joe needed $10,000 to close it. He looked at me. He had this way of looking at you, straight, no blinking, like a kid who's already figured out the answer, and is waiting to see if you're smart enough to get there too. He said he'd cut me in for half, 50-50. He had some of the money. He needed me for the rest. I put my arm around him. Right there at the counter, with the ceiling fan turning slow overhead and the old man behind the glass case pretending he couldn't hear us. I told Joe to keep his money in his pocket. I said, you just found yourself a partner who's gonna put up all the dough. His spoon stopped halfway to his mouth. He set it down. Within the hour I was on the telephone. Frank Costello first, always Frank first, because Frank understood money the way a priest understands Latin, without thinking about it. Then Meyer Lansky, who was Joe's age, 18, and already running his crew out of the Lower East Side with Benny Siegel. And Siegel himself, who was 14 years old and had already done things I won't get into here, but which made older men step to the side when he walked past. They came, all of them. We met, and I don't remember where because it doesn't matter. What matters is that within an hour of that telephone call, there was $35,000 in cash on a table. My money, Frank's money, Meyer's money, Benny's money. $35,000. More than enough for the carload and everything that would follow it. The next morning, Joe and I went to close the deal. I had just bought a Marmon limousine, a beautiful car, black, with a hood as long as a coffin and chrome that caught the sun so hard it hurt your eyes. We were going to drive to Philadelphia, in style. Two young men in a luxury automobile with $35,000 in cash and a $38,000 each, headed south through New Jersey to buy enough whiskey to fill a railroad car. We made it maybe halfway. The roads in New Jersey in 1920 were not roads. They were suggestions. Mud up to the running boards, ruts that could snap an axle, the marmon sliding and groaning like a boat in bad water. I looked at Joe. Joe looked at me. We turned around. The next morning we took the Pennsylvania Railroad like civilized people. The dining car on that train is something I can see right now, sitting here in Naples with the rain on the window and 42 years between me and that white tablecloth. Because the tablecloths were so white, so perfectly, impossibly white, that the whole car looked like it was covered in snow. White linen on every table. Silver laid out in rows. Waiters in white gloves moving between the seats like they were serving the President of the goddamn United States. I ordered corned beef hash with a fried egg on top. I had never eaten it before. I didn't know what it was. I saw it on the menu and I pointed at it, and when it came, it was the best thing I'd ever put in my mouth. The egg broke over the hash and the yolk ran into it. And I ate every bite with the kind of attention you give to something you're discovering for the first time. Joe ordered hot oatmeal. He watched me eat the corned beef hash, and he looked at me like I had lost my mind. Joe thought I was crazy. He said so. He sat there with his bowl of oatmeal, spooning it up neat and careful the way he did everything, and he shook his head at me. I didn't care. I was in love with that corned beef hash. Then 2 men sat down at our table. The dining car was full, and in those days you shared. These 2 looked like bankers. They were bankers, probably, or lawyers, men with clean fingernails and watch chains and suits that fit them the way suits fit men who have always had suits that fit them. Old money. The kind of men who were born into the world Joe and I were trying to break into. They nodded at us. We nodded back. One of them unfolded his napkin and laid it across his lap with a little gesture that was so practiced, so automatic, it was like watching a man breathe. And then I remembered. Joe and I were sitting there carrying guns. I had $35,000 in my inside pocket. The weight of it was pulling my jacket to one side. These 2 gentlemen in their bankers' suits were sharing a table with 2 armed men from the Lower East Side who were on their way to buy a carload of illegal whiskey from a man named Waxy Gordon. And they didn't know it. They were buttering their toast and they didn't know it. I looked at Joe. Joe was eating his oatmeal. His eyes moved to mine and held there for maybe 2 seconds, and in those 2 seconds I saw that he was thinking exactly what I was thinking. Not that we were different from these men. That we wouldn't be, for long. That afternoon we met Gordon. The deal was struck. We were bootleggers. 42 years. I am sitting in a cafe in Naples and the man across the table wants to make a movie about my life, and I am telling him about a bowl of oatmeal and a plate of corned beef hash on a train to Philadelphia. And he doesn't understand why I'm smiling. He thinks it's the money. It's not the money. It was never the money. It was Joe shaking his head at me over that oatmeal. The way the spoon looked in his hand. The white tablecloth between us, like a field of snow that nobody had walked on yet. Scene 2, the name. The producer's got his little machine running, the reels turning slow on the table between us. Outside the window the bay is flat and grey, the colour of a knife left in water. I can hear a motor scooter somewhere down the hill, that high whine the Vespers make when they take the turns too fast. My coffee's gone cold. I push the cup to the side and light a cigarette, and I start with the mirror. There was always a mirror. You understand? Any room Joe walked into, He found the mirror the way some guys find the exits. Not nervous. He wasn't checking behind him, not then, not when he was 18 and still calling himself Doto. He was checking the front of himself. The collar, the part in his hair, the line of his jaw. He'd run his comb through one of those black rubber combs, 5 cents from any drugstore on Mulberry, and he'd hold it there at the crown of his head for a second, tilting his chin up, like a man adjusting a painting he just hung on the wall. I met him when he was that age. 18, maybe just past it. The year don't matter, what matters is the kid. Dark hair, dark eyes, a face the girls on Elizabeth Street would stop and look at. Which in that neighborhood took something, because those girls had brothers and fathers who did not appreciate stopping and looking. But they looked. And Joe knew they looked. That was the thing. He didn't hope, but he knew. Now, I was maybe 23. I'd been around already. I'd seen guys who thought they were something. Half of them were dead by the time they were 30, and the other half you wouldn't recognize on the street because the years had done to their faces what the years do. But Joe, this kid had a quality. Not just the face. The way he carried the face. Like it was a credential. Like it opened doors that a gun could also open, but quieter. We're walking somewhere. I don't remember where. Could have been Broadway, could have been the Bowery, could have been Brooklyn. We moved around a lot in those days. The sidewalks were how you did business before you had cars and restaurants and hotel suites. Your feet on the pavement, the noise of the pushcarts, the smell of roasted chestnuts in winter or garbage in summer, and you talked while you walked, and nobody could put a wire on a man in motion. So we're walking, and Joe stops. Just stops dead, right there on the sidewalk, and I almost walk past him before I realize he's not beside me anymore. He's looking in a window. A barbershop maybe, or a haberdashery, some place with a plate glass front that caught his reflection clean. And he's got the comb out. Running it through, slow, precise, the way a man sharpens a blade on a strop. One side, then the other. Then he touches his eyebrow with his thumb, smoothing it down. Then the collar again. His fingers on the fabric, pressing the points flat against his neck. I stood there and watched him. A woman passed between us carrying a bag of onions, the papery skin flaking off and drifting onto the sidewalk like brown snow. A kid was yelling something in Sicilian dialect from a fire escape 3 stories up. None of it touched him. Joe was in the glass, and the glass was the only country he recognized. So I said it. I said, "Who do you think you are, Rudolph Valentino?" Because that was the name. That was the only name in 1921, 1922, whenever this was. Valentino. Every Italian kid in New York had seen the Sheikh, Hass, or was going to see the Sheikh, or had heard about the Sheikh from somebody who'd seen it twice. The women lost their minds over this guy. The men, the Italian men, they had a complicated feeling about it, because here was one of ours up on the screen, beautiful, desired, and also dressed like an Arab and playing a savage, which, if you thought about it too long, you'd get a headache. But nobody thought about it too long. He was the biggest thing in the world. Rudolph Valentino. The Latin lover. The standard against which every dark-haired paisano in the 5 boroughs measured himself, whether he admitted it or not. Joe turned away from the glass. Slow, he looked at me the way you look at someone who has just said something so stupid you need a minute to decide if they're joking. His eyes were flat, serious, the comb still in his right hand. He didn't blink. A full beat. 2. The push carts rattling past, a horse somewhere clopping on cobblestone. The whole city grinding along like it does, and Joe standing there perfectly still with that face. Then he said, "For looks, that guy's a bum." Not smiling. Not playing. He meant it the way a man means the weather is cold or the street is wet. A statement of observable fact. Rudolph Valentino, the most famous face on the planet, the man whose photograph hung in barbershops and whose name made grown women weep in darkened theaters from Flatbush to San Francisco, was, in the considered opinion of Giuseppe Antonio Dotto, age 18, of Montemerano by way of Passaic, a bum. I laughed. I couldn't help it. I laughed right there on the street, and Joe just put the comb back in his pocket and started walking again, and that was the end of it. He never mentioned it again. He didn't need to. He'd said what he had to say. Somewhere around this time, and I'm not going to put a date on it because I don't have one, the name changed. Giuseppe Antonio Dotto was a name that belonged to a police blotter, an immigration file, a birth record in some municipal office in Campania that nobody was ever going to visit again. It was the name his mother gave him, and it was the name that would follow him if he let it. So he didn't let it. Joe Adonis. You hear it and you know. Adonis, the Greek god, the beautiful one the goddesses fought over. It takes a specific kind of man to hang that name on himself and then walk into a room full of men who carry pistols and expect them to use it without laughing. But they used it. Everybody used it. After a while they shortened it. Joe A, just Joe A, the way you'd say it if you were in a hurry or on a phone you didn't trust. But the full name was the real thing. Joe Adonis. It fit him the way a good suit fits, which is to say, it didn't look like he was wearing anything at all. It looked like he was born in it. I always thought of Joe as a kind of younger brother. I'll say that now because I'm an old man in Naples and the reels are turning, and what's the difference? A younger brother. Not the kind you protect. He could take care of himself, and early on he showed me he could take care of other things too, things that needed taking care of. But the kind you watch. The kind you shake your head at and you say, "This kid, what am I going to do with this kid?" And then you put up the money anyway because you know what he is, even if he's standing in front of a plate glass window combing his hair like the world's got nothing better to offer him than his own reflection. The thing about a name is you pick it for one reason and it stays for another. Joe picked Adonis because he was vain. Because he looked in mirrors. Because he believed, without question or embarrassment, that he was the best-looking man in any room he entered, and most of the time he was probably right. That's why he picked it. But the name outlasted the reason. It went into the newspapers. It went into the grand jury transcripts. It went on to warrants and subpoenas and deportation orders. The whole country learned that name, and what they learned it for had nothing to do with how he looked. Joe Adonis. 30 years of that name in headlines, in courtrooms, in the mouths of prosecutors and senators and FBI men who couldn't pronounce the Italian names underneath. And then, at the end, but I'm getting ahead of myself. The producer's looking at me. The reels are still turning. I tap the ash off my cigarette and I look out at the bay, the grey water, the grey sky, and I think about Joe standing on that sidewalk, 18 years old, the comb in his hand. His reflection crisp and perfect in the glass. For looks, that guy's a bum. said with the absolute certainty of a man who has already decided who he is and will spend the next 40 years proving it, and then the rest of his life, however much is left, however little, trying to remember. I take a sip of the cold coffee. It's bitter. Everything in Naples is bitter or sweet, and the coffee is always one or the other, depending on how long you let it sit. The producer asks me something. I don't hear him. I'm still on that sidewalk, and Joe is already walking ahead of me, and the comb is back in his pocket, and the name, the real name, the chosen name, the one that will follow him everywhere except into the ground, is settling onto him like a coat across his shoulders on a cool evening, and he doesn't look back. Scene 3, Lower Manhattan Bootlegging. The ice cracked in the glass the film man set down in front of me, and I watched it split apart the way ice does in warm rooms, slow, then all at once. Cheap, Neapolitan whiskey. Not the kind of thing I would have touched 40 years ago, but 40 years ago I had options. I picked it up and the glass was already sweating in the January damp of this apartment, water running down my knuckles, and I said to the man with the tape recorder, "You want to know about Joe? I'll tell you about Joe. But you got to understand the street first. You got to understand what Mulberry smelled like in 1921 before you can understand anything that came after. Lower Manhattan in those years, and I mean the real Lower Manhattan, not the place they talk about now in magazines, was the most packed-in piece of real estate on the face of the earth. I don't say that like a figure of speech. I mean, there were census men who counted the bodies per square foot and came up with numbers that made the slums of Calcutta look roomy. You walked down Hester Street on a Tuesday morning, and the pushcarts were so tight together you couldn't pass between them without turning sideways, and the noise was something you felt in your chest. Italian women yelling prices for tomatoes. Jewish men with their carts of fabric scraps. Irish kids running between the wheels of horse wagons that were already out of date, but nobody could afford a truck. The smell was garlic and horse manure, and the wet wool of coats drying on fire escapes 5 stories up, and underneath all of it the sharp copper smell of the tanneries on the east side of the Bowery. That was the air we breathed. That was the world. I was 23, 24. Already doing things I won't go into here. Already connected in ways that mattered. And one afternoon, this would have been late 1920, maybe the first weeks of 21, because the Volstead Act had been law for maybe a year, and the whole city was still figuring out what it meant. I'm standing on the corner of Mott and Kenmare with Settimo Accardi, who was a kid I'd known from around, Calabrese, quiet, the kind of guy who listened more than he talked, and Settimo says to me, "There's somebody you should meet." Now, people were always telling me there was somebody I should meet. Half the time, it was some neighborhood kid who wanted to shake my hand so he could tell his friends. But Settimo had judgment. He didn't waste my time. So I said, "Bring him around." The kid who showed up was maybe 18. Dark hair, combed back wet, and a face that, "Look, I'm going to tell you something, and you're going to think I'm making a joke, but I'm not." The kid was beautiful. Not handsome the way men are handsome, where you notice the jaw or the shoulders. Beautiful the way a painting is beautiful, where you just stand there and look. He already knew it too. You could see it in the way he held himself, chin up, coat open, even though it was cold enough to see your breath, like the cold was something that happened to other people. He was already calling himself Joe Adonis by then. The Doto name was gone. He'd picked the new one himself, and when Settimo introduced him using it, the kid didn't blink, didn't smile about it, didn't treat it like a joke. It was his name, That was that. We talked. I don't remember what about, the usual things, who you know, where you been, what you do. He was from Brooklyn, which in those days might as well have been a different country. Coming into Manhattan to do business was a statement. It meant you had ambition that didn't fit in your own neighborhood. I liked that. I liked the way he stood, weight on his back foot, hands in his pockets, like he was ready to leave at any moment, but choosing not to. Settimo stood between us and didn't say much, which was Settimo's way. The three of us talked on that corner for maybe 20 minutes, and by the end of it I knew two things. This kid was smart, and this kid was not afraid of me. The second part mattered more than the first. Over the next year, 21 into 22, Joe started coming around regular. Not every day. He wasn't the type to hang on somebody. He'd show up, we'd talk, he'd disappear back to Brooklyn for a week. But each time he came back he knew a little more. Had a little more to offer, a truck, a connection at the docks, a name of a guy in Red Hook who could store cases without asking questions. He was building himself into something useful, and he was doing it without asking permission, which is the only way to do it if you want to be taken serious. This was the period, and I'm talking now about 22, the spring and summer of 22, when everything was coming together. Not just for me. For all of us. The Volstead Act had turned the whole city into a customer, and the only question was who was going to be the supplier. The old Sicilians, the ones we called mustache pizzas, Masseria, Maranzano, those types, they had their operations, sure. But they thought small. They thought in terms of their own people, their own neighborhoods. An Italian sells to Italians. A Jew sells to Jews. That was the old way. And the old way was leaving money on the table that you could see from across the room. What I understood, and I'm not saying this to make myself sound like a genius, because it wasn't genius, it was just having eyes, was that the speakeasies on Broadway didn't care if the whiskey came from a Sicilian or a Lithuanian. They cared if it was real. They cared if it showed up on time. They cared if the price was right. And to make all three of those things happen, you needed a crew that didn't look at a man's last name before doing business with him. Frank Costello, I already had. Frank was older than me by a few years, and he'd been working the political side of things since before Prohibition. Tammany Hall. The ward bosses. The judges who needed a little something in an envelope to look the other way. Frank could walk into a room full of Irishmen in expensive suits and walk out with a handshake and a promise, and the promise would hold. He had a voice like gravel being poured into a silk bag, rough, but you wanted to listen. He didn't carry a gun. He carried a telephone number, and the telephone number was worth more. Meyer Lansky, I'd known since we were both teenagers, him on Delancey, me on First Avenue. The kind of knowing where you size each other up across an ethnic line that's supposed to be uncrossable, and you both decide at the same time that the line is stupid. Meyer was 18, 19 in those years, and already running numbers with a precision that made grown men nervous. He had a head for figures, the way some people have an ear for music. It wasn't something he worked at, it was something he was. Short, thin, wire-rimmed glasses that made him look like an accountant, which in a way he was. The most dangerous accountant in New York. And where Meyer went, Benny Siegel went. They came as a pair in those days. The Bug and Meyer mob, people called them, and if Meyer was the brain, then Benny was. Well, Benny was something else. 14 years old when I first laid eyes on him, and already the kind of kid who'd hit you with a pipe for looking at him wrong. Not because he was angry, because it interested him. He had blue eyes and a smile that could charm a priest, and behind the smile there was a room with no furniture in it. I say this with no judgment. Benny was useful. Benny was more than useful. But you watched your hands around Benny the way you watch your hands around a piece of machinery that doesn't have a safety switch. So you had me, and Frank, and Maya, and Benny, and now Joe. 5 men. 3 Italians, 2 Jews. Not one of us over 27. And prohibition stretching out in front of us like an open road with no speed limit and no cops. I put up the first $35,000. My money. Cash. I'd been accumulating from operations I won't detail here, packed into a leather satchel that smelled like the inside of a shoe store. And I handed it to Maya in the back room of a restaurant on Kenmare Street, while Joe sat across the table and Frank leaned against the wall by the kitchen door, where the heat from the stove made the air ripple. Maya counted it without looking up, his fingers moving through the bills with that mechanical speed of his, and when he was done he put the satchel under the table and said, "This is enough to start." Not enough to finish, but enough to start. That was the partnership. No contract. No lawyer, no handshake even. Maya wasn't the handshake type. And neither was I. Just 5 men in a room that smelled like garlic and steam. With $35,000 on the table, and the knowledge that the speakeasies on Broadway were paying $12 a bottle for scotch that cost us $3 to bring in. Joe's role. And I want to be careful here because people always want to put a label on a man, call him the driver or the muscle or the brains, and it was never that simple. Joe did what needed doing. If a truck needed to get from the Brooklyn waterfront to a warehouse in Midtown without being stopped, Joe made sure it got there. If a speakeasy owner was slow to pay, Joe had a conversation with him, and the conversation was usually enough, because Joe could be very persuasive without raising his voice. He had that quality. The face helped. People wanted to say yes to Joe Adonis, the way they wanted to say yes to a movie star. It wasn't fear exactly. It was something closer to wanting to be in the room with him, wanting to be on his good side, wanting him to smile at you. And Joe understood that, and he used it the way Frank used his telephone numbers and Maya used his columns of figures. Through 22 and 23, the operation grew. We were moving cases, real Scotch, real Canadian rye, not the bathtub poison that was blinding people in the Bowery, from the docks to the speaks, and the money was coming in faster than Maya could count it. Which was saying something. Broadway in those years was a furnace of cash. Every block between 42nd and 52nd had 3, 4 speakeasies behind unmarked doors, and every one of them needed supply. The good ones, the ones with the velvet ropes and the jazz bands and the society women in short dresses, they wouldn't touch anything that tasted wrong. They wanted the real thing. And we had the real thing. Vito Genovese was around in those days too. Part of the circle. Same streets, same restaurants, same conversations about who owed what to whom. Vito was a few years younger than me, dark, sharp-featured, always dressed a little too well for the neighborhood, the kind of man who wore a silk tie to a card game. He was capable. I won't say he wasn't capable. But there was something in Vito that I noticed even then, some quality, or I don't know how to say it in English. In Italian you'd say invidia, but it's more than envy. It's the kind of watching that measures everything. You'd be talking, laughing, making plans, and Vito would be right there with you, laughing too, and you'd glance over and catch his eyes doing something different than his mouth. I noticed it. I filed it. I moved on. You don't throw a man out of a room because of what his eyes do when he thinks nobody's looking. Not then. Not when there's money to be made and the whole city is thirsty. By 24 we had a machine. Not a big machine, not yet, but a machine that worked. The supply chain ran from boats to docks to trucks to warehouses to speakeasies, and at every link in the chain there was one of us making sure it held together. Frank handled the police and the politicians. Maya handled the money. Benny handled the problems that couldn't be handled any other way. Joe moved between Brooklyn and Manhattan like a man with two homes, which in a sense he was. And I sat in the middle and kept the pieces in place. That was the year they passed the immigration law, the Johnson-Reed Act, and the boats from Italy stopped coming. The neighborhood felt it right away. Not in any dramatic way, nobody stood on a corner and wept. But you'd walk down Mulberry and notice that the faces were the same faces you'd seen last month and the month before, and you'd realize that no new ones were coming. The community was sealed. Whatever we were going to become, we'd become it with the people already here. It gave things a feeling of finality, I guess. Like a door closing behind you. You could still hear the old country through the wood, but you couldn't go back through it, and nobody new was coming through from the other side. I'm sitting in this apartment in Naples now, 40 years later, and the man across from me wants to know what Joe Adonis meant to me. I pick up the glass. The ice is gone. The whiskey is warm, and it tastes like nothing I would have sold in 1923. Outside the window the January rain is hitting the stones of the Via Santa Lucia. And somewhere in the city there is a florist putting together a wreath with my name on the card. What Joe meant to me. He was the kid on the corner of Mott and Kenmare who wasn't afraid of me, and that was enough. In our business, in those years, that was everything. You could buy muscle on any block in the city for $10 a day. You could buy brains for not much more. But a man who looked you in the eye and stood on his back foot, with his hands in his pockets, ready to leave but choosing to stay, that you couldn't buy. That you recognized, or you didn't. I recognized it. Scene 4. The Yale Apprenticeship. The ice in the glass had gone 20 minutes ago. I turned it anyway, listening to the melt slide against the sides. And the producer across the table waited the way producers wait. Like a man who thinks patience is something you perform. So, Yale. I knew Frankie Yale before Joe did. Everybody in that world knew Yale, or knew enough to cross the street when his car pulled up. Calabrese, born Yoel, and he never let you forget either one. Diamond stickpin in the tie, brilliantine so heavy you could smell him before you saw him, and he drove automobiles that belonged on 5th Avenue, not 65th Street in Bensonhurst. That was his place, the funeral parlor. A real business. He buried people. He also buried people. You understand the distinction. Joe came into Yale's operation around 23, maybe a little before. He was 20 years old, which in Brooklyn at that time meant you were either working or you were working for someone like Frankie. The funeral parlor had paneled walls, dark wood, the kind they put in banks or in the offices of men who want you to think about permanence. Black drapes hung in the viewing chapel, and behind the chapel was the office where Yale sat and did the other kind of business, and behind that was the embalming room. You could smell the formaldehyde through the walls if the day was warm enough. Candle stands lined the hallway. The floors were waxed. Everything was very correct, very dignified, and in the back office, Yale would sit with his feet on the desk and talk about who owed what to whom and what was going to happen about it. Joe was enforcement. What that meant, specifically, in those years, I was not there for every night of it, and I'm not going to dress it up for you. He collected. He persuaded. He stood in rooms where his presence was the message. Yale trusted him enough to keep him close, and Yale did not trust easily because Yale had done enough killing himself to know what trust cost when it was misplaced. The Harvard Inn out at Coney Island, that was the other place. Cheap beer, loud music, the kind of crowd that came off the docks or out of the factories and wanted noise. Capone had worked there behind the bar 6-7 years before Joe showed up, back when Al was 17-18, before somebody put a knife across his face for saying the wrong thing about the wrong girl. By the time Joe was running with Yale, Capone was already in Chicago, already running things after Torrio took those bullets in 25 and decided retirement was preferable to the alternative. But Al came back to Brooklyn. 2-3 times a year he came back, and he stayed at the Hotel Pennsylvania, and when he walked into a room you knew it before the door finished opening. I remember, and I am telling you this because it matters, I remember being in a room with Joe when Capone came through. This would have been 25, 26, somewhere in there. Al had a watch chain on him that cost more than most houses in Bensonhurst. Custom suit, the fabric so heavy it didn't move right in the heat, and he was sweating through it. He always sweated. He had a man behind him, always, standing where you'd have to go through the man to get to Al, and Al talked. He talked and talked. He told you what he had, what he'd done, what Chicago was becoming under his hand. His voice filled whatever room he was in the way. Water fills a glass, all the way to the top, and then a little more, so it spilled. Joe was standing near the window. I was across the room. And what I saw, what I remember seeing, all these years later, sitting in this city that is not my city, was Joe watching. Not Al's face. Joe was watching the watch chain. The bodyguard. The sweat darkening the collar of the custom shirt. The way every head in the room turned when Capone moved, the way a compass needle turns. Joe took it in the way a man reads a contract, line by line, looking for the clause that will cost him. He didn't say anything about it. Not to me, not then, not later. We never had that conversation. But I saw him make the note. I saw him file it away in whatever place he kept the things he learned, and what he learned was this: Al Capone could not walk down the street in Chicago without being recognized. Al Capone's name was in the newspapers so often that the newsprint might as well have been a warrant. Yale, too. Frankie had been on the front page, had been questioned, had been photographed coming out of buildings that a smarter man would not have entered through the front door. These were men who confused being known with being powerful. They thought the fame was the thing. They thought the diamond stick pin and the $40,000 watch chain were armor. Joe looked at the stick pin. Joe looked at the watch chain. And Joe decided to become the man nobody photographs. That was what Yale gave him in the end. Not just the introductions, though the introductions mattered. Through Yale, Joe met Capone. Through Yale, Joe was in the room with men from Philadelphia, from Chicago, men who ran operations in cities Joe had never visited, and after those meetings Joe's name was known. Not known the way Yale's was known, not the front page way. Known the way a man's name is known when the right 12 people in the country have heard it spoken with respect. That is a different kind of currency. You cannot spend it at a nightclub. You can spend it everywhere else. Yale brought Joe into the room with Torrio once, maybe twice. I heard this from Joe years later, and Joe was not a man who inflated things. Johnny Torrio, the round little man, already retired by then, already carrying the scars from the attempt on his life, sitting somewhere quiet and thinking the long thoughts that Johnny always thought. Torrio was the architect. He had built what Capone inherited, and then he had stepped back when the cost of building got too high. Joe paid attention to that too. To the stepping back. To the man who was still alive because he understood when to leave the room. 5 years, Joe worked for Yale. 5 years in Sunset Park, Bay Ridge, Bensonhurst, along the western Brooklyn waterfront where the ships came in and the money came off the ships and the money went into pockets that Yale designated. The funeral parlor on 65th Street. The Harvard Inn where the music was too loud and the beer was weak and a teenage bartender had gotten his face opened up for talking. 5 years, and in those 5 years Joe learned the trade, the way you learn any trade, by watching the man above you and deciding what to keep and what to throw away. What he kept, the discipline. Yale ran a tight operation. Collections happened on time. Obligations were met. The waterfront moved because Yale said it moved, and when it didn't move, someone explained why, and the explanation was usually followed by a correction that discouraged future explanations. What he threw away, everything you could see from the street. The stick pin, the car, the name in the paper. Joe dressed well. Joe always dressed well, better than any of us. But he dressed the way a man dresses who wants to be looked at in a room and forgotten on the sidewalk. There is an art to that. Most men cannot do it. Most men want the stick pin. Joe wanted the thing the stick pin was supposed to represent, and he understood that the stick pin itself was just a target pinned to your own chest. Yale was killed in July of 28. I am not going to tell you about that now. But I will tell you this, by the time it happened, Joe had already absorbed everything Yale had to teach him, and the most important lesson was the one Yale taught by dying. Frankie Yale was on the front page one last time, face down in his own automobile on 44th Street in Brooklyn, and every newspaper in the city ran the photograph. And every man in our world looked at that photograph and drew his own conclusion. Joe's conclusion was the simplest. You cannot kill a man you cannot find. You cannot find a man you cannot name. You cannot name a man who has never let you take his picture. I am sitting here in Naples, 34 years later, and I can tell you that in the entire span of Joe Adonis's career, 40 years, exposed to more cameras and more reporters and more Senate subcommittees than any of us ever planned for, there are fewer photographs of Joe than there are of men who ran grocery stores. That is not an accident. That is Frankie Yale's diamond stick pin, turned inside out, worn where nobody can see it. The ice in my glass is gone. The producer is still waiting. Outside, Naples is doing what Naples does. Noise and light and the smell of the harbor coming through the window, diesel and salt and something cooking somewhere below. It is not Brooklyn. It has never been Brooklyn. But the harbor smells the same, and when I close my eyes and think about that room, Joe by the window, Capone sweating through his suit, the watch chain catching the light, I can still see the exact moment Joe decided who he was not going to be. He never told me. I never asked. That is how it worked between us for 40 years. Scene 5, Yale's assassination. The producer's tape recorder clicks on, and I let it run. The coffee between us has gone cold. Outside, the Naples traffic does what it does. Horns, the scrape of a Vespa fender against a wall, some woman calling down to the street. I light a cigarette, and the match burns close to my thumbnail before I shake it out. You want to know about Joe, so I will tell you about a Sunday. First day of July, 1928. I was not in Brooklyn that morning. I was in Manhattan, and the telephone rang, and somebody told me Frankie Yale was dead in his car on 44th Street. Shot up in his Lincoln coupe. A residential block. People sitting on their stoops, kids probably out on the sidewalk because it was summer, and what else do kids do in July? And then a car pulls alongside Yale's Lincoln, and the sound that comes out of it is not a sound Brooklyn has heard before. Not like that. Not that fast. A Thompson, the Chicago gun, the one with the drum magazine. They left it at the scene like a man leaves a calling card on a tray. You didn't need to dust it for prints to know whose hand was behind it. I'll send that gun east the way you send a telegram. Yale was still gripping the wheel when they found him, or so I was told. The Lincoln had jumped the curb and hit a stoop. The engine was still running. In those first few minutes, before the cops got there, before anyone thought to touch anything, you had a dead man in a nickel-trimmed automobile with the motor turning over and blood on the upholstery and a Tommy gun cooling on the pavement. Broad daylight, a Sunday. I put the phone down, and the first thing I thought about was not Frankie Yale. Frankie Yale had been a dead man for 6 months, he just hadn't known it. Capone had been patient for Capone anyway, and the hijacking of those shipments coming out of the harbor. Liquor that was supposed to go to Chicago and kept disappearing somewhere between the Brooklyn docks and the rail yards, that patience had a limit. So Yale was dead. That was settled. What was not settled was what came after. I called Joe. Or Joe called me. One of us picked up the receiver and the other one was already reaching for it. That's how it was between us. I will not tell you what we said. Some conversations stay where they were. But I will tell you what I knew. That morning, Joe lost the only man in Brooklyn who stood above him. Not a friend. Yale was not the kind of man who had friends. He had arrangements, but a structure, a ceiling, a weight that kept the room in a certain shape. And now the ceiling was off. The funeral. You should understand what Yale's funeral looked like, because it tells you something about how a man can be so visible that even his coffin becomes a spectacle. $15,000 casket, nickel-plated, which Frankie had picked out himself at his own funeral parlor on 65th Street in Bensonhurst. He had planned the whole thing in advance, the flowers, the route, the parlor where they'd lay him out. 250 cars in the procession. Biggest Brooklyn had seen. I was not there. But I heard about it from men who were, and I could see it clearly enough. The black sedans bumper to bumper through Bensonhurst in that July heat, the suits dark with sweat. The women on the stoops watching it pass like a parade for a man they were glad to see gone. The casket caught the light. Everything about Frankie Yale caught the light. That was his problem. Joe, and here is what matters, Joe understood the difference between being seen and being known. Yale's funeral was a lesson, though I don't think Joe needed the lesson. He had been watching Yale for years. He had watched the way Frankie walked into a room and needed every pair of eyes. He had watched the cars, the suits, the restaurants where Frankie sat at the center table. And now he watched 250 automobiles crawl through Brooklyn behind a nickel-plated box, and whatever he felt about it, he kept between his ribs. What the papers didn't write, what the cops didn't understand yet, was the space that opened up. Brooklyn had belonged to Yale, the way a storefront belongs to the man whose name is on the lease. With the lease torn up, every man in the borough with ambition and a crew was looking at that space. Joe was 26 years old. He had been running his own operations, he had his own people, but he had been running them under Yale's permission, inside Yale's territory. Now there was no permission to ask for. There was only the question of who you stood with and what you were willing to do about it. I knew, sitting in Manhattan with the phone still warm, that Joe would have to come to me or go to mass area or try to hold Brooklyn alone. Alone was not possible. Not in 1928, not with what was coming. Mass area was possible but stupid, and Joe was not stupid. So I waited. Not long. The thing about a vacuum is, it doesn't stay empty. It fills with whatever is closest and heaviest. In Brooklyn, in the summer of 1928, what was closest was Joe Adonis, and what was heaviest was the decision he was about to make. That decision, who to stand beside, whose war to fight, whose table to sit at, that was the hinge. Everything that happened to Joe for the next 34 years swung on it. The trigger he would pull. The table he would sit at when we built something no one had built before. The money, the power, the borough itself. All of it traced back to a Sunday morning when a Tommy gun from Chicago tore up a Lincoln coupe on a residential street and left a young man from Passaic with no ceiling above his head. I stub out the cigarette. The ashtray here is ceramic, hand-painted, something with lemons on it. Everything in Naples has lemons on it. Frankie Yale planned his own funeral down to the handles on the casket. He did not plan what happened after. Joe did. Scene 6, Castellammarese War. The film producer's pen scratched against his notepad, and I let it scratch. I was watching a pigeon on the windowsill, fat and grey, the way pigeons get in Naples when the weather turns. Outside, a vespa coughed its way up the hill. I turned the espresso cup in its saucer, the porcelain still warm against my thumb. You want to know about the war. Everybody wants to know about the war. They want dates and bodies and who shot who in what alley. I'll tell you what I remember, which is not the same thing as what happened, and what happened is not the same thing as what got written down. In the winter of 1930, New York was two cities. One city belonged to Joe the boss. The other belonged to Maranzano. And every man I knew, every man worth knowing, had to figure out which city he was standing in, and whether the ground under his feet was about to open up. That was the question. Not who's right, not who's stronger. Where are you standing, and is it solid? Joe A came to see me on a night when the rain was doing that thing it does on Broadway, turning the streetlights into smears on the pavement. And every car that passed threw up a sheet of dirty water that caught the headlamps. He had on a good coat. Joe always had on a good coat, even when he couldn't afford one, and by then he could afford several, and he stood in my doorway and didn't say anything for a moment. Just stood there with the rain still on his shoulders, water beading on the wall, and I could see him working through whatever he'd come to say. I poured him a drink. Rye. The bottle was already out because I'd been sitting with it for an hour. Not drinking much, just turning the glass. When you're playing both ends against a middle, that wants to kill you, you don't get drunk. You sit with a glass and you think. He took the rye and he sat down across from me and he said, "I'm with you." Just like that. 3 words. No speech about loyalty, no talk about the future, none of the flowery garbage you hear from men who are trying to convince themselves. He'd already convinced himself somewhere between his front door and mine. What he was doing now was telling me so I'd know, and so he couldn't take it back. I said, "You understand what that means?" He said he understood. And maybe he did. Maybe he understood all of it, that we were still sitting at Masseria's table, still smiling at Masseria's jokes, still bringing Masseria his cut. And that we would keep doing all of that until the night we didn't, that the double game might run 6 months or a year or longer. And that any morning you could wake up and find out someone had whispered your name to the wrong person, and then there'd be a car waiting for you outside your building. And the men in the car would not be there to give you a ride. 20 men died in that war. 40, 60. Depends who's counting and what they count. Some of those bodies turned up in the trunks of Buicks, parked on side streets in the Bronx. The upholstery stiff with bloods gone black. Some turned up in empty lots in Brooklyn, face down in the weeds, pockets turned out like someone had gone through them looking for something that wasn't money. Some never turned up at all. A man would just stop being at the places where he used to be, and after a while nobody asked about him, because asking was its own kind of answer. Through all of that, through the months when the phone would ring at 2 in the morning and you'd pick up the receiver and hold the cold Bakelite against your ear and hear a name, just a name, and know what it meant, Joe A. kept his composure. That's not the right word. Composure is what an actor has. What Joe had was something quieter. He could sit across a table from a man he knew was going to die and eat his dinner. Not because he didn't care. Because he understood that the dinner and the dying were part of the same arrangement and you didn't let one interfere with the other. Costello was the same way. Lansky the same way. Vito was different. Vito enjoyed certain parts of the work that the rest of us treated as necessary. But that's Vito, and this is not about Vito. The thing about a war like that, and the producer leaned forward here, his pen ready, like I was about to give him the secret, the thing about it is that most of the time nothing happens. You wait. You go to the restaurant. You sit in the back. You eat the veal. You talk to the man across from you about business that has nothing to do with the war, because the business doesn't stop just because men are dying. The trucks still run. The money still moves. And you watch. You watch the door. You watch the man's hands. You watch whether he reaches for the bread with his right hand or his left, because if he's left-handed and he reaches with his right, maybe his left is doing something under the table. Joe A. and I spent a lot of evenings like that in 1930 and into 31, sitting in restaurants where the kitchen smell, garlic, hot oil, the char off the grill, would come through the swinging door every time a waiter pushed through it. Sitting with our backs to the wall because you always sit with your back to the wall. Talking about nothing. Talking about everything. The two things are the same when you can't say what you mean out loud. What I knew, and what Joe knew, and what Costello and Lansky and Vito knew, was that both of them had to go. Not one, both. Masseria first, because he was ours to handle, and Maranzano after, because Maranzano would crown himself the moment Joe the boss was cold. And a crown is just a target that sits on top of your head where everybody can see it. The old men and their old ways, One boss, one throne, everybody kisses the ring. That was finished. It just didn't know it was finished yet. But I'm not supposed to talk about the endings. Not here. The endings have their own weight and their own room, and I'll get to them when I get to them. What I'm telling you about now is the middle. The long middle, where you wake up every morning and put on your suit and go out into a city that is trying to decide whether to kill you, and you behave as if it isn't. You behave as if everything is normal. Because normal is the only disguise that works. Joe was good at normal. Better than me, if I'm honest about it, and I'm not always honest, but right now, in this room, with this coffee going cold, I'll give him that. He could walk into Masseria's place on a Saturday afternoon, sit down, talk about the numbers operation in Brooklyn, laugh at the right moments, pour the wine, and walk out again without a single muscle in his face betraying what he carried. I watched him do it. I watched the back of his neck when he turned away from Masseria, and there was nothing there. No tension in the tendons. No tightening. Smooth. Like a man leaving a barbershop. That takes something. I don't know what to call it. Not courage. Courage is for the moment when the guns come out. This was before the guns. This was the part where you live inside the lie so completely that the lie becomes a kind of truth, and the truth becomes something you keep in a locked room in the back of your head and visit only when you're alone. We visited it together, sometimes. Late at night. His apartment, or mine, or the back of a car parked on some street where nobody was watching. And we talk about what came next, not the killing, but what came after the killing. The structure. The arrangement. How you build something that doesn't depend on one man's appetite or one man's ego. Joe understood that. He wasn't a philosopher about it. He didn't use fancy words, but he understood that what we were doing wasn't just removing two men from the board. We were removing the board and building a new one. The producer asked me if I was ever afraid during that time. I picked up the espresso cup and found it empty. Set it back down. The porcelain clicked against the saucer, a small dry sound in a quiet room. I told him, everybody was afraid. The ones who say they weren't are either liars or they're dead, and sometimes both. But fear is like the weather. You don't stop going outside because it rains. You put on your coat and you go. Joe put on his coat and he went. Every day for more than a year. Into the rain. Into the rooms where the men who might kill him sat and smiled and poured the wine. And he smiled back and he poured the wine back and he waited. We all waited. And then in the spring of 1931, the waiting was over. But that is another room, and I will walk you into it when the time comes. Right now I am sitting in Naples, and the pigeon is still on the windowsill, and the espresso is cold, and Joe is gone. Not gone the way men went during the war, not a body in a trunk, not a name whispered into a telephone. Gone the way men go when they get old, and the world is done with them, and they are done with it. Gone across the water, in a country that was not his country, in a bed that was not his bed. I ordered the wreath 3 days ago. White carnations. He would have said it was too much. He would have been wrong. Scene 7, Pier 46. The ice in the glass has been sitting too long. You can hear it, that small crack when a cube splits in the middle, gives up its shape. The producer across the table from me, he doesn't notice. He's got his little notebook, his little pencil. He thinks he's getting a movie. Maybe he is. Maybe he's getting something else. Where was 1st February 1931? I'm going to tell you about a piece of paper, because the piece of paper is what lasts. Not the night, not the fog, not the man standing on the pier. The piece of paper. Pier 46, Brooklyn. You ever been down there in February? No, you haven't. You sit in offices. So let me tell you what it's like. The wind comes off the harbor, carrying the smell of diesel and salt, and something underneath, something rotten, fish guts or sewage, or whatever the river's been chewing on that week. The wood on those piers is black with creosote and moisture. Your shoes stick to it. The fog doesn't roll in the way people write about fog rolling in. It's already there. It lives there. You walk into it like walking into a wet coat somebody hung over the whole waterfront. There's a man on that pier, and his name, on that particular night, on the customs forms, on the bills of lading, on every piece of paper that matters, his name is Joseph DeMio. Not Doto. Not Adonis. Demio, a name that means nothing to nobody. Which is the whole point. I put up $35,000 to get that operation running. $35,000 in 1920 money, which if you want to know what that buys today, don't ask me, ask an accountant. What it bought then was trucks, warehouse space, protection, and product. By 31 we had a system. The system worked like this. Goods come off a boat. Goods pass through customs. Customs has inspectors. Inspectors have mortgages, wives, card debts, sick mothers. You find the inspector with the right combination of need and flexibility, and you make an arrangement. The goods pass through. Everybody goes home warm. John C. Beach. That was the inspector's name. I never met him. Joe handled the waterfront. That was his territory, his people, his problem. But I knew the type. A federal man making government wages, standing on a frozen pier at 2 in the morning, watching crates come off ships. And somewhere in the back of his head, he's thinking about what his wife said that morning about the gas bill. These men don't need to be convinced. They need to be offered. There's a difference. A big one. Joe understood that difference better than almost anyone I knew. He didn't strong-arm a customs inspector. That's how you get a customs inspector who picks up the telephone and calls somebody. No, you talk to the man. You let him see the envelope. You let him do the math himself. You let him convince himself. By the time he takes the money, he thinks it was his idea. The crates, I don't know what was in them that particular night. Scotch, rye, whatever was moving. The specifics I couldn't tell you, and Joe never talked about specifics on the telephone, not then, not later, not ever. What I know is the indictment. February 10th, 1931. Title 18. Section 88, Conspiracy. Title 19, Section 593B, B, Customs Fraud. The United States of America versus Joseph DeMio, also known as, and here's where it gets interesting, also known as nothing. Because they didn't have the other names yet. Not on paper. The FBI opened a file, number 500-203, and the first entry in that file is this case. The first line of Joe's permanent record, and it's filed under a name that doesn't exist. That's what I noticed when he told me about it. Not the indictment. Indictments were like parking tickets to us in those days. What I noticed was the alias. At 28 years old, Joe already had the discipline to keep his working name separate from his public name. Most of the guys I ran with, they wanted everybody to know. They wanted their name in the air. Frank Costello, rest his soul, he couldn't walk into a restaurant without half the room knowing who he was, and he liked it that way. Joe was different. Joe wanted the newspapers to know Joe Adonis, the handsome one, the man about town, the guy at the Stork Club. But the man on the pier at 2 in the morning, the man handing an envelope to a federal customs inspector, that man was Joseph DeMeo. A nobody. A name on a form. I respected that. I'll say it plain. Because it's the same thing I did. You build a wall between the name people say and the name on the warrant. If you're lucky, the warrant never finds the real one. Now, what happened with the case, whether it went to trial, whether they dropped it, whether some lawyer made it go away, I couldn't tell you with certainty. I don't remember Joe ever standing in front of a judge on that one. But I won't sit here and tell you something I don't know. What I know is the method. The pier, the inspector, the alias, the envelope. That method didn't change for the next 20 years. The Waterfront was Joe's instrument, and he played it the same way every time, the same quiet way, and it worked until it didn't. 2 months after that indictment, something happened that changed everything for all of us. But that's a different story, and you'll hear it when I'm ready to tell it. The glass is empty. The ice is water now. Outside, Naples is doing what Naples does. Somebody's yelling, somebody's cooking, a Vespa is buzzing through a street too narrow for it. I'm 64 years old and I'm sitting in a country I didn't choose, talking to a man with a notebook about a pier in Brooklyn I haven't seen in 16 years. Joe kept his name clean on that pier. He kept it clean for a long time. Longer than most. The first line in his file is a ghost, Joseph DeMeo, a man who never existed, standing in the fog on Pier 46 with an envelope and a federal inspector who needed the money. That's how you start. Not with a bang. With a piece of paper filed under the wrong name. Scene 8, Nuova Villa Tammaro. The ice had melted in the glass before I picked it up. That's what I remember about Naples in January. Everything melts or it rusts, and you sit in a chair by the window and you watch the harbor and you think about a restaurant in Coney Island 30 years ago. And the ice melts in the glass, and you don't drink it. You just hold it. This producer, he wants the story. He's got a tape recorder the size of a suitcase, and he sets it on the table between us like it's a centerpiece, like flowers. He says, "Tell me about Masseria. Tell me about the card game." I look at the tape recorder turning, and I think about how a spool of tape is not so different from a spool of memory. It only goes one direction. And when it runs out, it runs out. So, April 15, 1931. I'll tell you what I can tell you. The restaurant was called Nuova Villa Tammaro. Gerardo Scarpato's place, on the corner of West 15th in Coney Island, right off Surf Avenue. Not the Coney Island you think of, not the summer Coney Island with the girls and the noise and the smell of fried dough coming off the boardwalk. April Coney Island. Off-season Coney Island. The rides shut down, the concession stands boarded up, the beach empty, and the sand still carrying that winter grey. A seagull screaming at nothing. That kind of quiet. The kind of quiet you choose. I chose it. Masseria liked to eat. Joe the boss. And he likes that name. He used it the way a man uses a hat, to make himself taller. Joe the boss liked a long lunch. A real lunch. Not a sandwich, not a plate of cold cuts at somebody's social club. He liked a tablecloth. He liked wine with a fish course, and wine with a meat course and coffee after, and then maybe cards if he was in the mood. And he was always in the mood because winning at cards made him feel the way being called Joe, the boss, made him feel, which was large. He was not a large man, but he ate like one, and he played cards like one, and he died, well, he died the way he died. I took him there for lunch. Just the two of us, that was the arrangement. A quiet afternoon, I told him. Away from the city. Good food, a little cards, a drive back. He didn't ask why Coney Island. A man who thinks he's the boss of everything doesn't ask why. He assumes every arrangement is for his comfort. We ate. I remember the bread, still warm, and the oil they brought with it, green and sharp. I remember Masseria eating lobster with his hands, cracking the shell, the juice on his fingers, the napkin tucked into his collar like a bib. He was 54 years old, and he ate like a child eats, with total attention, like the food might be taken away. Maybe it was. Maybe something in him knew. I don't think so. I think he was just hungry. After the meal, the plates went away and the cards came out. We played. I don't remember what we played. I've been asked this and I don't remember, and I'm not going to invent something for your tape recorder. We played cards. He was winning. He had a way of winning where his whole face opened up and he'd lean back and tap the edge of the table with his knuckle, 1, 2, 1, 2, like he was keeping time to music only he could hear. The restaurant was almost empty. Scarpato had cleared it, or it had cleared itself. April, midweek, Coney Island. The kitchen was still going. You could hear pots. You could smell garlic and the char from the grill. I excused myself to wash my hands. That's the part everyone wants me to open up, isn't it? The part where I stand up from the table and walk to the back of the restaurant and push through the door to the restroom. And I'm washing my hands at the sink, and the mirror is fogged because the pipes in that place ran hot, and I can hear, what? What did I hear? The producer leans forward. The tape turns. The tape turns. I was washing my hands. I washed them thoroughly. I dried them on a towel that was rough and too small, the kind of towel the restaurant keeps in the bag that nobody ever replaces. I looked at my face in the mirror, or I didn't. I adjusted my tie, or I didn't. The restroom had a small window, high up, frosted glass, and through it the light was the pale grey of a Coney Island afternoon in April. And I could hear the ocean if I listened, or maybe that was the plumbing. Then I came out. The dining room smelled different. Cordite has a smell, metallic, sulphurous, like someone struck a match inside a copper pipe. It sits in the air. It doesn't move the way cigarette smoke moves. It hangs. Masseria was at the table. He was still at the table. He had fallen forward, his head near the cards, and there was blood on the tablecloth and blood on the ace of spades. This detail I remember because the ace of spades was in his hand, still in his hand. And the blood had reached it. 5 holes in him. 6 shots fired, 1 went into the wall. The wall behind him. I looked at the wall, and I looked at him, and I looked at the table with the cards and the coffee cups and the blood, and I picked up the telephone and I called the police. When they arrived, I told them I'd been in the restroom. I told them I heard noise. I told them I came out and found my friend dead. They wrote it down. They always write it down. Now, the producer asks me, who were the 4 men? I'll tell you who was in that room while I was washing my hands, because the whole world knows, and there's no profit in silence about what's already been said in open court. Abe Reles told Burton Turkus, and Turkus told the grand jury, and the grand jury told the newspapers. 4 men came into Nuova Villa Tammaro through the front door while I was in the back. Joe Adonis, Vito Genovese, Benny Siegel, Albert Anastasia. I was not in the room. I did not see them enter. I did not see what they did. I am telling you what has been told, what Reles said, what the record says. But I'll tell you something the record doesn't carry, something the tape recorder can have for free. Those 4 men, 28, 34, 25, 29. Young men. All of them. And they walked into that restaurant, and they did what had to be done, and they walked out, and the world changed, and they were the ones who changed it. And not one of them understood yet what that meant. You don't understand it when you're 28. You understand it when you're 64, and sitting in Naples and the ice has melted in your glass, and 3 of those 4 men are gone. Vito, gone to prison, where he sits right now, and I hope the food is terrible. Benny, dead in Virginia, 1947, shot through his own living room window while he read the newspaper. Albert, dead in a barber's chair, 1957, the hot towel still on his face. Joe made it out. Joe is the one who made it out. He was 28 years old in that restaurant, and he walked in with a gun, and he walked out without one, and for the next 30 years he built something and lost something and built something else. And when they finally came for him, it wasn't with bullets, it was with a deportation order, which is a slower kind of killing, but it gets the job done. I was washing my hands. That's what I told the police in 1931, and that's what I'm telling your tape recorder in 1962. The space between when I left the table and when I came back. That space belongs to those 4 men. It belongs to Joe. And what happened in it, I was not there to see. The producer clicks off the machine. He looks at me like he's waiting for more. There isn't more. There's a tablecloth with blood on it, and an ace of spades, and a man who liked to win at cards, and 4 young men who walked through a door in Coney Island on a grey afternoon in April. And one of them was the best-looking man I ever knew, and he did what he did, and I was in the other room, washing my hands. I'm still washing them. Scene 9, Maranzano. The ice hadn't melted yet in the glass when the film producer asked me about Maranzano. I watched the cube shift, the scotch turning a shade lighter, and I set the glass down on the table between us without drinking from it. September the 10th, 1931. A Wednesday. You want to know how I remember the day of the week? I'll tell you. It was supposed to be a Thursday. We moved it up. One day. Because a man I will not name came to me on the 9th and said the old man had a list, and my name was the first thing written on it. Joe's was the 3rd. There were others. Maranzano had already hired somebody from outside, a crazy Irishman, if you can believe that, to do the work on us, and the contract was set for the end of the week. So we moved it up. You move first, or you don't move at all. Now, Park Avenue. You have to understand what that office looked like. Maranzano had set himself up like a Roman senator. 9th floor of the Grand Central Building, real estate company on the door, Eagle Building Corporation, or some name like that. Heavy furniture, dark wood, the kind of carpet that swallows the sound of your shoes. He had bodyguards in the reception area, 4 or 5 of them, Castellammarese boys who knew every Sicilian face from Mulberry to Pleasant Avenue. That was the problem. That was also the solution. Joe understood this before I had to explain it. We were sitting, I won't say where, because it doesn't matter now, and it didn't matter then, and I laid it out. The guards would make any of our people the second they stepped off the elevator. Sicilians, no, Sicilians. It's in the way you hold your cigarette, the way your collar sits. You can't fake it, and you can't hide it. So we don't send Sicilians. We don't send Italians at all. Joe just nodded. He had a toothpick in his mouth. He always had something, a toothpick, a matchstick, and he rolled it from one side to the other and said, "That's Myers' department." And it was. Myers' department. 4 Jewish boys, maybe 5, the number changes depending on who's telling it, and I wasn't in the room, so I'll give you what I know and leave out what I don't. They went up dressed like federal men. Suits, hats, the kind of faces that say government. One of them may have flashed a badge, or maybe they just walked in with that particular stiffness that Treasury agents carry in their shoulders. And Maranzano's guards, these tough Castellammarese boys, who would have gutted a stranger in an alley without thinking twice, they stepped aside. They stepped aside because the men walking past them didn't look like the enemy. The enemy to them was always going to look like me. That's what the old guard never understood. They thought the world was one thing. Sicilians and everybody else. We had been building something different for 10 years by then. Joe and me and Meyer and Benny and Costello and all the rest, and it worked because it was built on who could do the job, not who your grandmother prayed to. Those boys walked into Maranzano's private office and they did what they came to do. Knives first, then guns. The sequence matters because it tells you something about how close they got before Maranzano understood what was happening. He was a big man, Maranzano. Strong. He fought. There was blood on the carpet and blood on the desk. And I was told he made it almost to the door before he went down. Joe's hands were clean that day. Not clean. I don't mean clean. I mean he wasn't carrying a weapon, and he wasn't on Park Avenue, and he wasn't anywhere near that 9th floor office. His work was done before the elevator doors opened. The coordination. Making sure the pieces fit. Making sure the boys from Myers' crew knew the layout, knew the floor, knew which door, knew the window of time when Maranzano would be there and the guards would be at their loosest. That's a different kind of work than pulling a trigger, and if you think it's easier, you've never tried to keep 5 men on a schedule when any one of them could lose his nerve in the lobby. I picked up the glass again. The ice was gone now, just cold scotch, and I drank it. The producer asked me what I felt when I heard it was done. I told him I didn't feel anything. That's not true, and it's not a lie. What I felt was the weight come off. Not joy, not relief the way you mean it, more like when you've been carrying a suitcase for 20 blocks and you finally set it down and your arm doesn't know what to do with itself. Maranzano was the last of the old model. Boss of bosses. He'd crowned himself like a king 3 months after we put Masseria in the ground, and the crown never fit, and he knew it, which is why he had that list with our names on it. After that day there were no more kings. Joe understood that. He'd understood it longer than most. From here, he managed. From here, we all did. Scene 10, the commission. The glass was warm in my hand. Neapolitan ice melts before you get your second sip, even in January. I set it on the table between us and let the ring of water spread across the wood, because I am 64 years old and I have stopped caring about other people's furniture. You want to know about the commission? Everybody wants to know about the commission. They say it like it's the name of a church or a government office, something carved into marble. It wasn't marble. It was men in a room the day after Maranzano went down, and the room smelled like cold coffee and somebody's wool suit that had gotten rained on the night before. September 11, 1931, a Thursday. I remember that because Frank Costello said something about the garbage trucks running late on Thursdays and the noise outside was wrong, too quiet for a weekday morning in the city. The kind of quiet that happens when the neighborhood knows something before the newspapers do. There were maybe 20 men in that room over the course of the day. Not all at once. They came in groups, the way you'd stagger arrivals if you didn't want a line of black sedans parked on the same block. Chicago sent their people. Cleveland, Buffalo, Philadelphia, Detroit. Each one came through the door and looked around, and saw the same thing: no throne. No single chair at the head of the table. No old man with a pinky ring waiting to be kissed on both cheeks. That was the whole point. That was the architecture. You walk in and there is no boss of bosses because the boss of bosses is dead, and we are not going to replace him with another one. We are going to replace him with a table. Joe was already seated when I came in. I noticed that. He had a way of being early to things that mattered, the way some men are late to prove they can be. His jacket was pressed, his collar clean, his hands flat on the table in front of him. Not folded, not fidgeting, just resting there like he'd set them down the way you set down tools when the work is done. 28 years old. 29 in November. Younger than half the men in that room by a decade or more. Nobody questioned why he was there. That tells you everything you need to know about the 10 years before that morning. Maya sat to my left. He had a leather folder, the kind with a brass clasp, and inside it were figures, not names, not territories, just numbers. Revenue projections. Operating costs. The mathematics of what we were building. Maya didn't talk much that day. He let the folder do its work, passing sheets of paper across the table when a question came up about who controlled what and how the money would move. His handwriting was small and precise, like a pharmacist's. Vito was there. Albert was there. I don't need to describe them to you. You know what they looked like. You know what they were capable of. The thing I will tell you is that Albert, who was not a man known for sitting still, sat still that entire morning. His hands stayed below the edge of the table, and he listened to every word, and when he spoke, it was only to agree. That was the room. That was the temperature of it. The structure was simple because it had to be. A board. A council. No single voice above the others. Disputes go to the table. Business goes to the table. And the most important part, the part that cost us a war to learn, nobody gets killed without authorization. You bring it to the board. You make your case. The board decides. Not you. Not your temper. Not your nephew who got insulted at a card game. The board. I laid this out and the men from the other cities nodded because they had just watched 2 years of blood in New York and they did not want it in their streets. Cleveland didn't want it. Chicago had enough of their own problems. Buffalo wanted to run their operations without looking over their shoulder every time a car backfired. The old way, the Mustache Pete way, the Maranzano way, the single throne with a single neck to cut. That was finished. We were offering something different. A system. Joe understood systems. That was his gift. Some men understand violence, some men understand money, some men understand politics. Joe understood how a thing is supposed to run, how the parts connect, where the weight needs to sit so the structure doesn't lean. Later, a man named Reles, and I know what Reles said because it got back to me the way everything gets back to everyone, told the prosecutor Turkus that Adonis stood as high as anyone on the national board, that no one stood higher than this hard-faced hoodlum. Reles used those words. Hard-faced. I knew the face he was talking about. I'd known it since the kid was 18 years old, and it wasn't hard the way Reles meant it. It was still. There's a difference. A hard face is trying to scare you. A still face is done trying. By the afternoon, the framework was set. Territories confirmed. Revenue agreements sketched out in Maya's careful hand. The enforcement mechanism, the collective authorization, agreed to by every man present. No handshakes. No ceremony. No blood oaths like the old country. No pricking of fingers. No saints' cards burning in your palm. Just men who had been through a war agreeing on the terms of the peace, and then standing up and putting on their hats and walking out into the September air, which had turned warm by then. The kind of warmth that comes off the pavement in New York when the sun finally cuts through. Joe walked out with me. We stood on the sidewalk for a moment, not talking. A delivery truck went past, its bed stacked with wooden crates, and the sound of the bottles rattling inside was the loudest thing on the block. He adjusted his tie. I lit a cigarette. Neither of us said what we had just done. Neither of us needed to. 11 years. From a kid behind a counter to a chair at that table. I put up the first $35,000. I gave him the room to operate. But the rest of it, the reputation, the stillness, the thing that made 20 men from 5 cities accept a 28-year-old as their equal, that was his. I can't take credit for what a man builds with his own hands. I'm telling you this from Naples, 30 years later, and the commission still exists. The men are different. Some of the cities have changed, but the structure holds. That's the thing about building something right. It outlasts the builders. It outlasts the men who sat at that first table, one by one, until there's nobody left who remembers the smell of wet wool in that room, or the sound of Maya's brass clasp clicking open, or the way Joe's hands looked resting on the wood, flat, still, like they belonged there. The wreath I sent is white. Carnations. I told the florist in Naples to make it simple. No ribbon with words on it, because Joe never liked words when silence would do. The florist asked me who it was for, and I said a friend, and she asked how long I had known him, and I said 40 years, and she looked at me the way people look at you when they realize the number is real. That you have actually lived that long, known someone that long, carried the weight of that many years in a single friendship that you will never call a friendship because you don't have the vocabulary for it. Because the streets where you learned to talk didn't teach you that word. I paid for the wreath and walked back out into the January cold, and the stones under my shoes were wet, the way stones in Naples are always wet in winter, and I thought about a sidewalk in New York in September. 30 years ago, and the sound of bottles in a wooden crate, and a young man adjusting his tie who did not yet know what the next 30 years would cost him, and I kept walking. Scene 11, Brooklyn Waterfront Takeover. The window behind me is open 3 inches. I can hear the ocean turning over down there in the dark, the kind of sound that makes you think you're somewhere else until you remember you're not. 6 floors up. The guards change shift at 11. I've been watching the pattern for 19 months now, the way you watch anything when there's nothing else to do but wait. They ask me about the waterfront sometimes. The Ada Turkus, he wants to know how the machine worked, who reported to who, where the money went. I tell him what I saw. I don't tell him what I guessed at, because guessing gets you killed, and talking about guesses gets you killed twice. Joe Adonis owned Brooklyn. Not the whole borough. Nobody owns all of Brooklyn, but the part that mattered. The docks. Red Hook, Bay Ridge, down by the army base where the big ships came in. After Frankie Yale went down in 28, somebody had to pick up the pieces. Adonis picked them up and kept them. I wasn't Waterfront. I was Brownsville, interior Brooklyn, the candy stores and the back rooms, and the apartments where you went when somebody needed to stop breathing. But I knew Albert, and Albert was the muscle on the docks, so I knew how it worked. You had 3 pieces. You had Adonis, who nobody touched because he had the political side locked down, the cops, the unions, the city contracts. You had Albert Anastasia, who handled anything that needed handling the hard way. And you had Albert's brother Anthony, different spelling on the last name but same blood, who ran ILA Local 1814 and controlled which men got hired at the shape-up every morning. 3 pieces. Political, enforcement, labor. You couldn't move cargo through Brooklyn without touching all 3. I went to the waterfront twice on business. Once in 33, just after repeal, when the liquor operation was transitioning and somebody needed to deliver a message to a stevedore who'd been talking to the wrong people. The pier smelled like diesel and rotting fish and the kind of sweat that comes from men who work with their backs because they don't have a choice. The ships sat in the water like sleeping animals, their hulls black with harbor scum. Men stood in clusters waiting for the hiring boss to call their names. Some of them had been standing there since 5 in the morning. The ones who got picked went to work. The ones who didn't went home and tried again tomorrow. Anthony Anastasio walked through that crowd like Moses through the Red Sea. He didn't have to say anything. They moved because they knew what happened if they didn't. He wore a wool coat even in summer, hands in his pockets, a man who never hurried because he never had to. When he nodded at the hiring boss, certain names got called. When he didn't nod, certain names didn't. It was that simple. Albert was different. Albert was the kind of violence that made you check the street before you crossed it. I saw him once on the dock, talking to a union delegate who'd been making noise about working conditions. Albert didn't raise his voice. He stood close enough that the delegate had to smell his breath, close enough that the delegate understood this wasn't a negotiation. The delegate stopped making noise. 2 weeks later, he took a job in Jersey and nobody saw him again. Adonis, I saw less often. He didn't come to the docks. The docks came to him. When I delivered the message to Duke's Tavern in Cliffside Park, this was later, maybe 39, I waited in the car while one of Albert's boys went inside. Through the window I could see Adonis at a corner table, jacket off, shirt sleeves rolled to the elbow. He was eating something, veal maybe, and talking to 2 men I didn't recognize. He cut his meat with the precision of a surgeon. When Albert's boy approached, Adonis didn't look up. He finished chewing, wiped his mouth with a cloth napkin, then nodded once. The boy came back to the car, and we left. That was how it worked. Adonis didn't need to be on the waterfront, because the waterfront was already his. The infrastructure was in place. The union controlled the labor. Albert controlled the union. And Adonis controlled Albert, though Albert probably didn't think of it that way. After Prohibition ended, the operation shifted. No more liquor trucks, but the docks still moved everything else: lumber, cement, coffee, sugar, anything that came through the port of New York. And the port of New York was the busiest in the world. You controlled the labor, you controlled the cargo. You controlled the cargo, you took a cut of everything that moved. It wasn't as flashy as bootlegging, but it was steadier, safer. The kind of income that didn't depend on whether the cops decided to raid you this month or next. I told Turkus about the Matty Brown discussion. I told him I was at Adonis's house in Fort Lee when they talked about it, how Adonis outranked Albert, how there were levels above the operational layer that I only saw in pieces. Turkus wrote it all down in his neat prosecutor's handwriting, asked me to repeat certain parts, made sure the dates lined up. He's building a case. I'm giving him the bricks. The guards are talking in the hallway. I can hear their voices but not their words, just the rhythm of men passing time until their shift ends. The ocean keeps turning over down there. The window stays open 3 inches. I've been thinking about the waterfront because it's the kind of thing that lasts. The bootlegging ended. The hits ended, at least for me. But the docks are still there, and the union's still there, and the infrastructure Adonis built in the early 30s is still running. That's the difference between a racket and a machine. A racket ends when the law changes. A machine keeps running because it's built into the structure of how things work. Adonis understood that. He understood it better than any of us. The clock on the wall says it's almost midnight. I can hear my own breathing in the spaces between the ocean and the guards and the city outside. I've been in this room for 19 months. I'll probably be in it for 19 more, or until the trials are finished, whichever comes first. I light a cigarette and watch the smoke drift toward the open window. 3 inches. Just enough to let the air move. Scene 12, Brooklyn Political Machine. The guard brings me coffee in a paper cup. 3rd one today. I watch the steam come off it, thin and quick in the draft. From the window, they won't let me close all the way. 6 floors up and they want air circulation. For my protection, they say. I'm thinking about Joe Adonis because the lawyer asked me yesterday what I knew about the political side. The protection layer. I told him what I saw. I didn't tell him what it felt like to understand how far above me that layer was. You work the street level long enough, you learn to read a room. Who's connected, who's pretending, who's got the weight to make a phone call that ends a problem. Adonis had that weight. But it wasn't the kind you see in a social club or hear about in a sit-down. It was quieter. It was in the cases that never got filed, the permits that came through, the names that stayed off the arrest sheets even when everybody knew. I went to his house once, carrying something for Albert. Just a messenger. The house in Brooklyn, the nice one, not the place in Jersey. I remember the carpet in the hallway was thick enough you couldn't hear your own footsteps. Everything clean. Everything expensive but not loud about it. A man came out of the study while I was waiting. Good suit, gold watch chain, the kind of face you see in the newspaper next to articles about civic improvement. He didn't look at me. Adonis walked him to the door, hand on his shoulder, talking low. I heard him say, "Tom," and the district and November. That was all. The man left. Adonis took the envelope from me, didn't open it. Told me to tell Albert it was handled, Congressman. 7 terms in Washington. You don't see the machine from where I stood. You see what it protects. You see the gambling operations running clean. No raids, no problems. You see the union locals staying cooperative. You see judges who know which cases to lose interest in. James Mangano became Kings County Sheriff, and everybody in Brooklyn knew who put him there, but nobody said it where it could be written down. I told Turkus about the time I saw Adonis at Court Square. Democratic headquarters. This was 46, maybe 47. I was still on the street then, before I came here. Before the window, and the guards, and the coffee in paper cups. I was walking past and I saw him through the glass doors. Standing in the main room, shaking hands. Judges, ward bosses, district leaders. Men whose names were on office doors and ballot papers. Adonis in the center of it, talking to a guy I recognized as one of Frank Kelly's people. Not loud, not making a show. Just there. The most powerful man in the room that nobody would admit was powerful. Kelly ran the Brooklyn Democratic machine the way you run a business. Votes delivered, favors returned. Adonis could deliver 10 district leaders, maybe more. That's what I heard. That's what the guys who knew said when they thought nobody was listening. 10 out of 24. You control that. You control the borough. You control the borough. You control who becomes DA, who becomes mayor, who gets to ask questions and who doesn't. I think about O'Dwyer sometimes. Brooklyn, DA when I was still working. Then mayor. The newspapers loved him. War hero Irish, good smile. I never met him. But I knew guys who knew guys, and the word was always the same. O'Dwyer knew which phone calls to return and which ones to forget about. He knew who kept the machine running. The coffee's cold now. I set it on the windowsill. The guard's outside the door. I can hear him shifting his weight, the leather of his belt creaking. They keep me up here, 6 floors above the boardwalk, and they tell me I'm safe. They tell me I did the right thing, cooperating. 19 months I've been here. 19 months of testimony and depositions and questions about who killed who and when and where. But the political stuff that's harder to testify about. You can put a murder on a map. You can draw a timeline. You can say, this is where the body was. This is who drove the car. This is who gave the order. The political machine doesn't leave bodies. It leaves permits and appointments and cases that go away. It leaves congressmen who have to play ball because someone can deliver the votes they need. I told Turkus what I knew. I told him about Mangano and Cullen and what I saw at Court Square. I told him Adonis was above Albert in the structure, that the operational layer answered to the policy layer, and I only saw the policy layer when they needed something carried or someone reminded of an obligation. What I couldn't tell him was how it felt to understand that distance between where I was and where Adonis operated. I killed men. I did the work. I knew the weight of an ice pick and how long it takes for a body to stop moving. That was my level. Adonis's level was judges and mayors and congressmen. His level was protection that ran so deep you couldn't see where the organization ended and the government began. The lights going outside. November afternoon, grey and cold. The ocean's out there past the boardwalk, but I can't see it from this angle. Just the sky and the roofline of the buildings across the street. I think about the man in Adonis's hallway. The gold watch chain. The way he didn't look at me because men like that don't see men like me. We're the operational layer. We do the work that makes their arrangements possible. And when the work gets loud, when the bodies stack up and the newspapers start asking questions, we're the ones who take the fall, or turn canary, or end up in a hotel room with guards outside the door. Adonis is still out there, still shaking hands at Court Square, still making phone calls that end problems, still delivering votes. I'm 6 floors up with cold coffee and the guard who thinks I'm safe. The windows open a crack, just for air circulation, for my protection. Scene 13, Murder Inc. The window doesn't open. 6 floors up and the casement's painted shut, which I noticed the first week and haven't thought about since. Right now I'm thinking about Joey A's living room, which I saw exactly once, maybe 36, maybe 37. Louis Capone drove. I remember the upholstery in the Packard had that new smell still, which meant Albert was doing all right by his people. And Louis kept the windows cracked, even though it was cold, because he didn't like riding in a closed car. Made him nervous, he said. Like being in a box. Joey A lived in a place that didn't look like Brownsville. That's what I remember first. Not the address. I couldn't tell you the address now if you put a gun to my head, but the feeling when we pulled up. Trees on the street. Real trees, not the half-dead things they plant in concrete. The door had glass in it, that frosted kind where you can see shapes moving but not faces. He answered it himself. No butler, no muscle standing around. Just Joey A in shirt sleeves, and the house smelled like coffee and something else, something cooking in the back. He shook Louis's hand and nodded at me. Didn't say my name. I don't think he knew my name. The living room had a radio in a wooden cabinet, the kind that costs what a working man makes in 2 months. Chairs that matched. A rug that looked like it came from somewhere that wasn't here. Joey A asked if we wanted coffee, and Louis said sure, and I said nothing because I wasn't there to want things. I was there because Louis brought me. We sat. Joey A brought the coffee himself, 3 cups on a tray. His hands were steady. That's what you notice about men like him, the steadiness. No hurry, no waste. He set the tray down and poured, and we drank and talked about nothing for maybe 5 minutes. The weather. Some fight at the garden. Louis mentioned a horse that came in at Aqueduct, and Joey A said he'd heard. Then Joey A said something about Dewey. Not Dewey himself. He didn't say the name, not that I remember, but the investigation. The taxicab thing. He said there were people who knew too much and were talking to people they shouldn't talk to. He said it the way you'd mention that your car needed oil. Matter of fact. A thing that required attention. Louis nodded. He understood the language. Joey A said he'd spoken to Albert about it. 2 people, he said. A man and his wife. The wife was the problem. She knew what the husband knew, and if they got one of them, the other would fold. Better to handle both at once. Cleaner that way. I remember the cup in my hand. The weight of it. Porcelain, thin enough you could see light through it if you held it up. I didn't hold it up. I drank and set it back on the saucer without making a sound. Louis asked if it was urgent, and Joey A said it was important. That was the word he used. Important, not urgent. Not right away, but important. which meant it would happen, and it would happen soon, and it would happen right. We finished the coffee. Joey A walked us to the door, shook Louis's hand again, nodded at me again. The glass in the door caught the afternoon light coming through, turned it into shapes that moved when you moved. In the car, Louis lit a cigarette and didn't say anything until we were 6 blocks away. Then he said Joey A was a careful man. Said it like a compliment. 2 weeks later, Pittsburgh Phil told me Albert had given him 2 people to take care of. Said it was important because Dewey had these people hot. Said Joey A was interested in this. Phil didn't ask questions. Neither did I. You don't ask questions about things that are already decided. The people were named Brown. Matty Brown and his wife. I never met them. Never saw them. They disappeared and nobody ever found them, which means the work was done right. I told all this to Turkis in the same room where I told him everything else. Told him about the coffee and the rug and the way Joey A said the word important. Told him about Phil and what Phil said about Albert and what Albert said about Joey A. Turkis. Wrote it down in that way he has, every word in the right order, and when he read it back to me I said yes, that's how it was. Now it's 19 months later, and I'm in a room on the 6th floor of a hotel in Coney Island, with 5 cops outside the door and bars they installed on the windows. Except the bars are on the outside and the window doesn't open anyway. I can hear the ocean from here. Not see it, wrong side of the building, but hear it. That constant sound like breathing. I testified about Joey A because Turkis asked and because I remembered. The living room. The coffee. The thin porcelain cup. The way he said important without raising his voice. The way Louis understood without Joey A having to explain. Joey A outranked Albert. I knew that before I walked into that house, and I knew it after. You could see it in the way Albert talked about him. Not fear exactly. Respect, the kind you give to men who sit on boards and make decisions that other men carry out. The windows painted shut. I checked it again this morning, ran my finger along the seam where the frame meets the sill. 6 coats at least. Maybe 7. They did a thorough job. Scene 14. Brooklyn Army Base Kickback Scheme, April 1943. 58th Street and 1st Avenue, Brooklyn. The U.S. Army port of embarkation. Diesel exhaust settled over the cold salt water of the harbor. Massive iron cranes dropped heavy canvas cargo nets into the deep holds of grey transport ships. The European theatre required steel, rubber, and rations. The waterfront required men. The scale of the wartime cargo rendered the docks chaotic, lucrative, and vulnerable. The hiring happened in the dark. Yellow Western Union telegrams slipped under warped wooden apartment doors at midnight. The thin paper dictated the morning shift. No telegram, no work. The mechanism belonged to Antonio Vastano. Tony, an ILA stevedoring foreman. He installed his 4 brothers, Luigi, Michael, Gaetano, and Thomas. 5 foremen. 5 funnels for the kickback cash. Surveillance logs recorded the routes. Route 1, Meter hand tamte bin afrin of Comses. Folded paper bills handed over the threshold of Vastano's brick row house. Route 2, the family stores. 17 President Street and the second location on Hicks Street. Modest brick storefronts. The interiors smelled of stale garlic, damp sawdust, and curing meat. Bureau agents sat in parked black sedans across the narrow streets, watching through rain-streaked windshields. Longshoremen in wet wool coats walked in, purchased a single loaf of bread or a bruised tin of tomatoes, and left $10 on the scratch glass counter. The heavy metal keys of the brass register clattered. The drawer slid open with a sharp bell. The excess cash vanished into the mechanism. The file named Albert Anastasia. His function was documented by external informants, putting men into gangs, manufacturing the physical friction that made the telegram strictly necessary. The file named Joe Adonis as the architect. We watched the perimeter. We tracked the longshoremen. We tracked the brothers. We never saw Adonis. December 18, 1944. The Bureau moved on the intermediaries. 17 men taken into custody. Steel handcuffs felt freezing against bare wrists in the damp morning air. The defendants were processed. Charles Frederick Schneider, Robert Francis Carroll, and Captain Joseph O'Neill Elliott, a commissioned officer in the United States Army implicated in the extortion of wartime labor. The cases merged. NY File 46480, NY File 627899. We tracked the chain of command upward from the cold docks. It hit the political buffer. Kings County Sheriff James Mangano, Cliffside Park Mayor Joseph Marini. The paper trail dissolved in their respective jurisdictions. We possessed the exterior surveillance logs. We possessed the arrest records of the 17 subordinates. We lacked the internal wiretaps. Adonis did not write letters. He did not sign ledgers. He did not visit the Hicks Street grocery. January 12, 1945. War Frauds attorney Paul R. Carr issued the closeout directive. The carbon copy rests in the folder, the blue ink fading into the brittle onion skin paper. Mr. Carr advised that he does not contemplate taking any prosecutive action against Thomas William Gleason, William Joseph Fellow, Antonio Vastano, and Joseph Adonis, since no evidence has been obtained reflecting that they are connected with the violations in this case. Read the 1931 Pier 46 indictment. 12 years prior. The identical pattern. A waterfront location. A federal officer corrupted. Bribery. Intermediaries arrested. Adonis named. Adonis uncharged. The system functioned exactly as designed. The heavy steel drawer of the filing cabinet slides shut on its grease tracks. The metal lock clicks into place. Scene 15, Duke's Tavern and the NJ Gambling Empire. The heavy steel door of the black Lincoln Coupe swings shut. A dull, metallic thud against the afternoon traffic on Palisades Avenue. The subject checks his gold wristwatch. 2 o'clock. Every afternoon at 2 o'clock. Duke's Tavern, 783 Palisades Avenue, Cliffside Park, New Jersey. From the observation post across the asphalt, the tavern looks like a roadside stop for truck drivers. Faded brick. Smudged glass. The smell of stale draft beer and diesel exhaust drifts across the pavement. Inside that unremarkable room sits the nerve center of the East Coast gambling syndicate. We log the license plates. We record the arrival times. We do not hear the conversations. The geography is tight. A 5-mile radius of controlled territory. Frank Erickson runs the national bookmaking operation out of an office at 454 Palisades Avenue. Anthony Strollo, known as Tony Bender, resides at 1015 Palisades. The subject's primary residence sits a short drive away at 1020 Dearborn Road in Fort Lee. We watch the cars move between these points, the tires grinding over loose gravel, the sharp click of a turn signal. Willie Moretti arrives at Duke's at 14:15 hours. Frank Costello appears sporadically. When Costello does not make the drive across the bridge, he routes his instructions through Bender. The informants confirm the routing. They cannot confirm the words. The Bureau has never placed a man at the table. The financial records present a wall of hard currency. April 1st, 1944, the Fort Lee Mansion at 102T Dearborn Road. A two-story brick structure, approximately 80 by 100 feet, featuring a two-car garage. Purchased for $22,000. Paid in physical cash. The thick stacks of worn bills sliding across a polished desk. The deed bears the name of his wife, Jean. The post-war boom floods Bergen County with returning soldiers and loose currency. The syndicate expands. April 1946, the Monterey Hotel in Asbury Park is acquired through a front corporation, Corwin Inc., for close to $1 million. Later that year, an $88,000 cash transaction secures an estate in Rumson, New Jersey. The paper trail is clean. The ink is dry. By 1948, the Moretti Adonis Circle maintains 10 separate bank accounts. We track the deposits. The deposit slips feel crisp, stamped with heavy purple ink by bank tellers who do not ask questions. The money originates from the tables. The House of Mystery at 1465 McBride Avenue in West Paterson. Informants describe it as one of the most lavishly furnished gambling houses in northern New Jersey. Thick carpets. The clatter of ivory dice against polished wood. The nominal owner is Ralph Belvedere, residing at 26 Fairhan Avenue in Garfield. The true ownership is evident in the traffic patterns. The operation runs smoothly until grand jury publicity forces the heavy brass doors shut. The revenue does not stop. The 1949 Cliffside crap game alone generates $1,500,000 a year for the syndicate. The capital flows south. Joe Massey operates the Wofford, Rand, and Sands hotels in Miami Beach. The same model Costello and Meyer Lansky are building. We read the hotel registries. We log the long-distance toll calls. The heavy plastic receiver of the rotary phone pressed to the ear, listening to the hissing static of a tapped line that yields nothing but coded greetings and abrupt hang-ups. A 1950 informant assessment crosses the desk. The paper is thin, carbon-copied. It reads, "The subject is reputed to be the political contact for the gambling syndicate on the East Coast." Reputed, the Bureau language for a closed door. From the ridge of the Palisades, the subject can see the Manhattan skyline. He can see the estate of Albert Anastasia. He sits at a corner table inside Duke's Tavern. The ice clinks against the thick glass of a highball. The smoke from a cigar thickens the air. Judges, local politicians, and syndicate capos push through the heavy wooden door of the tavern. We photograph them entering. We photograph them leaving. We log the duration of the meetings. The file grows to 3,000 pages. The precision of the record only measures the distance between the street and the table. Scene 16, Havana Conference, December 1946, Hotel Nacional, Havana, Cuba. The Bureau did not maintain an active field office on the island. The intelligence came second-hand. Customs manifests, informant debriefings, cables from the Federal Bureau of Narcotics. We built the record from the outside in. The physical environment was reconstructed from these debriefings. The heavy, damp heat of the Cuban winter, the stiff canvas of the poolside cabanas, the sharp clink of ice cubes against the sides of crystal highball glasses, the smell of roasted pork and stale cigar ash lingering in the private dining rooms. Lansky handled the logistics. He booked the suites on the upper floors. The passenger logs from the Pan Am Clippers out of Miami provided the guest list. Albert Anastasia, Frank Costello, Vito Genovese, Joe Adonis. The catalyst for the gathering was Charles Luciano. We watched him leave New York in February 1946, deported to Italy. 10 months later, he crossed the Atlantic on a freighter and docked in Havana. It was his first physical contact with his American associates since the deportation. The cover for the gathering was a midwinter vacation. Frank Sinatra performed in the hotel lounge. The sharp crack of the snare drum and the brassy blare of the horn section masked the conversations upstairs. Informants stood in the carpeted hallways. They listened to the muffled voices bleeding through the thick mahogany doors. They could not hear the words. They only recorded the volume, the tone, the duration of the meetings. The file notes a structural fracture. Genovese had returned from his own Italian exile in 1945. He spent the intervening months positioning himself. In Havana, he made his play. Informant T4 reported the substance of the dispute. Genovese argued that Luciano's geographic isolation made him an operational liability. He wanted Luciano stripped of his influence. He wanted the authority transferred to himself. Adonis held the deciding weight. We tracked the physical movements, the exterior alignments. Adonis did not share a table with Genovese in the dining room. He did not walk with him on the crushed gravel paths of the hotel gardens. The informant logs place Adonis consistently at the side of Frank Costello. They flanked Luciano. The alignment was physical and permanent. Adonis backed Luciano. He stood against Genovese. We do not know what Adonis said to Genovese. The file contains no direct quotes. We only have the resulting silence. The cold, rigid distance maintained between the two men in the hotel lobby. The stiff posture. The unlit cigarettes held between tight fingers. The Havana Conference defined the factional lines of the syndicate. Luciano, Costello, and Adonis on one side, Genovese on the other. A fracture that held for the next 11 years. The gathering did not last. Harry Anslinger at the Narcotics Bureau received the intelligence regarding Luciano's presence. He bypassed the standard diplomatic channels. He contacted the Cuban government directly. He threatened to halt all legitimate pharmaceutical shipments to the island. The Cuban authorities capitulated. They detained Luciano. They placed him on a Turkish freighter bound for Genoa. The informant reports describe the departure. The heavy iron hull of the ship scraping against the wooden pilings of the pier. The thick, choking smell of diesel exhaust settling over the harbor water. The blast of the ship's horn vibrating against the chest. Luciano returned to Italy. Adonis boarded a flight back to Miami, then a train north to New Jersey. The smooth steel rails clicking beneath the heavy Pullman car. The file notes it as a successful disruption. We forced the deportation. The alignment held. Adonis remained loyal to a man an ocean away. It was the last time the two men occupied the same room. Scene 17, Kefauver Hearings. The Zenith television set sat on a rolling metal cart in the corner of the New York field office. The glass screen measured 10 inches across, convex and thick. Vacuum tubes hummed behind the vented wooden casing. Static crackled through the single paper cone speaker, competing with the heavy clatter of manual typewriters from the bullpens down the hall. An agent pulled the canvas blinds to cut the afternoon glare on the glass. The 1950, the Special Committee to Investigate Organized Crime in Interstate Commerce. Senator Estes Kefauver of Tennessee sat behind a heavy oak table in Washington. The microphone stood on thick iron bases. Magnesium flashbulbs popped in rapid succession, leaving white after images burning on the live broadcast feed. Heavy black cables snaked across the floor of the hearing room, taping down the perimeter. Subject entered the frame. Joseph Dotto, alias Joe Adonis. For 20 years, Bureau personnel had observed this man through binoculars. We watched him from parked sedans. We tracked him across the wet asphalt of Brooklyn streets and the gravel driveways of New Jersey roadhouses. We knew the precise cut of his overcoats and the registration numbers of his vehicles. We knew the addresses of his associates. We did not know the sound of his voice under pressure. He wore a dark worsted wool suit. The lapels lay perfectly flat against his chest. The silk tie was centered. He took his seat at the witness table. The wooden legs of the chair scraped hard against the marble floor. He did not sweat under the heavy baking heat of the Klieg lights. He folded his hands on the table. The fingernails were manicured. The camera pushed in. The questions began. The committee counsel leaned into the microphone. The questions concerned the Bergen County operations. The file contents were read aloud into the congressional record. Duke's Tavern. The Cliffside Crap Games. The House of Mystery. The gross revenues. The police payoffs. The names of the men who ran the doors and the men who counted the cash. Subject leaned forward. The microphone picked up the dry rustle of his suit jacket against the table edge. I declined to answer on the ground that it might tend to incriminate me. The voice was flat. The rhythm was practiced. The jaw muscles did not tighten. Back. Kefauver asked another question. The flashbulbs popped again, a rapid flutter of harsh light. Subject leaned forward. I declined to answer on the ground that it might tend to incriminate me. The broadcast reached millions of living rooms. The country had been watching television for only 3 or 4 years. Now they watched a man who had spent his entire adult life avoiding cameras sit perfectly still under a dozen of them. The public heard the name Adonis. The evening editions printed it in heavy black type. The confusion was immediate and widespread. A clerk in the New Jersey state government named Harold John Adonis was simultaneously under indictment. The charge was accepting $228,000 in bribes from Willie Moretti. The public assumed a direct connection. The switchboards at the field office lit up with civilian tips. The bureau file noted the distinction. Harold John Adonis was no relation. He was a local politician with his hand out and a careless paper trail. Subject was a member of the commission. The coincidence of the name created a localized panic in the state capital. The political machine that had insulated the Bergen County operations for a decade began to fracture under the weight of the broadcast. The exposure was too broad. The local officials could no longer afford the association. We watched the screen in the field office. Subject did not alter his expression. He did not look at the gallery. He did not speak to the attorneys sitting behind him. The Bureau had never placed an informant in the room with him. We only had the perimeter. Now the perimeter was national television. The intelligence gathered from Havana proved accurate. Subject's exposure was exactly what the syndicate had sought to avoid. The local protection was burning away under the Klieg lights. The state prosecutions would follow. But the federal case remained static. He gave the committee nothing. He took the Fifth Amendment over and over, his voice a steady, raspy metronome against the static of the Zenith speaker. The broadcast ended. The television was turned off. The glass screen cooled. The file grew thicker. The man walked out of the hearing room, down the marble corridor, and into a waiting car, unbroken. Scene 18, Willie Moretti's assassination, file number 6281251228. Date of incident, October 4th, 1951. Time, 11 to 28 a.m. Location, Joe's Elbow Room 793, Palisade Avenue, Cliffside Park, New Jersey. The Bureau relies on physical evidence. We document the dimensions of the room, the placement of the tables, the trajectory of the brass casings. Joe's Elbow Room smelled of stale draft beer, fried garlic, and damp wool overcoats. The floor was covered in scuffed checkerboard linoleum. Heavy glass ashtrays sat on the corners of the wooden tables. Guarino Moretti, known to the Bureau as Willie, entered through the heavy oak front door. He took a table near the back. The medical files in our possession recorded the progression of tertiary syphilis. The spirochetes had reached the cerebral cortex. The Kefauver Committee transcripts from the previous year sat in the field office cabinets, hundreds of pages of Moretti speaking into federal microphones. He told jokes. He offered opinions on the weather. He broke the discipline of the organization. Vito Genovese filed the grievance with the commission. The authorization was granted. At 11:30 a.m., 4 men walked into the restaurant. The surveillance reports identify one as Charles Workman, alias The Bug. The approach was entirely social. The men did not draw weapons at the door. They walked across the linoleum. They pulled out the wooden chairs. They sat down at Moretti's table. The waitress brought water in thick, ribbed glasses. The ice clinked against the rims. The men ordered lunch. Moretti recognized them. The Bureau understands the methodology. You do not send strangers to kill a paranoid man. You send his associates. You send men who know how he takes his coffee. The conversation lasted 20 minutes. The exact dialogue remains unrecorded. No informants were seated at the adjacent tables. At 11:50 a.m., the chair scraped backward against the floor. The sound of the .38 caliber. Revolvers firing in the enclosed space shattered the front window glass. The smell of burnt cordite settled over the plates of sliced bread. Moretti fell sideways. His skull struck the linoleum. The blood pooled around the iron base of the table. The four men walked out the front door. The heavy steel latches of a black sedan clicked shut. The rubber tires spun against the wet asphalt of Palisade Avenue. At the exact moment of the gunfire, Giuseppe Dotto, alias Joe Adonis, sat in a 6x8 cell in Trenton State Prison. The Bureau verified his location through the warden's logbook. Inmate number 30,074. The physical reality of his morning consisted of poured concrete walls, iron bars, and the rough texture of a state-issued canvas uniform. Cliffside Park was his territory. He and Moretti had built the Bergen County gambling apparatus together. They operated Duke's Tavern 3 blocks away. Joe's elbow room bore his name. The Bureau agents who processed the crime scene walked over ground Adonis had paved. We do not know when the warden allowed him access to a telephone receiver. We do not know the physical posture he assumed when the news was delivered through the black Bakelite earpiece. The file contains no record of his facial expression. The Bureau tracks the transfer of assets. The Bergen County rackets did not pause for a funeral. The ledgers shifted within 48 hours. The Genovese capos absorbed the prime numbers, banks. Adonis's designated proxies retained a diminished share. The organizational charts on the field office wall required revision. The red lines connecting the names were erased and redrawn. Moretti was dead. Adonis was locked behind state steel, awaiting federal deportation hearings. Frank Costello remained in Manhattan, isolated, his primary insulation stripped away. The Genovese consolidation advanced. The Bureau typed the incident reports on carbon paper, punched 3 holes in the left margins, and added them to the Adonis file. The manila folder grew heavier in the cabinet. Scene 19, NJ Gambling Conviction and Perjury Indictment. The iron gate of the visitor entrance at Trenton State Prison slides on an ungreased floor track. It produces a high metallic shriek, followed by the dull concussion of steel meeting a limestone jam. The subject entered this facility in late 1951. He surrendered his tailored worsted suits for gray canvas. The Bureau logged the transfer. 20 years of surveillance reports, wiretap transcripts, and informant debriefings culminated in a Bergen County gambling conviction. The state of New Jersey secured the sentence. The Bureau monitored the intake. Prior surveillance placed the subject behind the mahogany bar of a Fort Lee tavern, handling crystal highball glasses and linen napkins. The Trenton intake procedure stripped the gold watch from his wrist. It replaced his leather Oxfords with state-issued rubber-soled shoes. The rubber squeaked against the linoleum of the processing corridor. We received the intake photograph. The lighting was harsh. The background was a blank gray wall. The subject looked directly into the lens. The expression matched the photographs taken at Pier 46 2 decades earlier. Trenton was built in the 19th century. The cell blocks smell of damp masonry, lye soap, and boiled cabbage. The subject was 50 years old. Informants reported a rigid routine. He walked the concrete yard. He kept his hands in his pockets. He spoke to no one outside a narrow perimeter of recognized associates. We reviewed the visitor logs weekly. The names were vetted, cross-referenced, and filed. We could not record the conversations held across the wire mesh of the visiting room. We noted the frequency of the visits. We noted the posture of the men who came to see him. They leaned close to the screen. The subject sat straight. The gambling conviction was a state matter. The federal apparatus moved on a parallel track. Following the Kefauver Committee hearings in Washington, federal prosecutors drafted a perjury indictment. The charge relied on statements made under oath. The subject had denied specific associations. He had denied specific financial interests. The Bureau provided the supporting documentation. Agents carried cardboard bankers, boxes of financial ledgers into federal courthouses. The paper trail was dense. It required weeks of sorting. Carbon copies of bank deposits, property deeds, and telephone toll records were stacked on oak tables. The federal grand jury convened in a room with high plaster ceilings and heavy velvet curtains. The air was thick with radiator heat and cigar smoke. Bureau agents testified from prepared summaries. We read the dates, the locations, the associates. We detailed the contradictions between the sworn testimony and the surveillance logs. The grand jury returned the indictment. The document was typed on heavy bond paper. The seal of the Department of Justice was pressed into the bottom corner. A federal marshal delivered the warrant to the warden's office at Trenton. The warden signed the receipt with a scratching steel nib. The third lever belonged to the Immigration and Naturalization Service. Bureau files contained the subject's birth record. Giuseppe Antonio Dotto, Montemarano, Italy. Tell, the INS pulled the passenger manifests. The father, Michele Dotto, secured passage to New York in 1909. The boy arrived 6 years later. We pulled the naturalization records. The search yielded a negative result. The INS agents worked from a separate floor of the federal building. Their file cabinets were painted olive drab. The paper they used was thin, cheap, and yellowed at the edges. They traced the Dotto family lineage through ship manifests and port registry books. The ink on the 1909 manifest was faded brown. Michele Dotto, laborer. The line for naturalization status remained blank. The omission was a clerical void. It carried the weight of a federal mandate. A 6-year-old boy inherits the legal status of the father. The father failed to sign a piece of paper. 47 years later, that blank space became the mechanism of removal. The winter of 1952 brought heavy snow to Mercer County. The prison yard froze solid. Ice formed on the iron bars of the exterior windows. The wind off the Delaware River rattled the loose panes of glass in the cell blocks. The subject wore a wool coat over his prison uniform. He walked the perimeter of the yard during the allotted recreation hour. His breath plumed in the freezing air. The guards watched from the elevated towers. They held heavy wooden batons. We read the shift reports. The subject caused no disturbances. He received no infractions. He ate the institutional meals from a stamped metal tray. The food was starchy and cold by the time it reached the tables. He left no waste. His New Jersey operations were absorbed by other men. Willie Moretti was buried in a closed casket. The Bureau tracked the resulting shift in revenue streams. We recorded the license plates of Cadillacs parked outside new gambling locations. The transition was orderly. The subject maintained discipline from behind the steel grille. He did not file appeals that would expose his associates to discovery. He did not offer cooperation to mitigate the perjury charges. Attorneys carrying leather briefcases signed the Trenton visitor logs. They brought legal pads and fountain pens. The negotiations occurred in closed rooms. The Bureau was not party to the meetings. We read the resulting memorandums. The INS presented the deportation order. The federal prosecutors held the perjury indictment. The state held the remaining months of the prison sentence. The pressure was absolute. The exit was narrow. The subject reviewed the terms. He sat at a bolted metal table in a room smelling of floor wax and stale tobacco. He kept his hands flat on the surface. We waited for the signature. Scene 20. Self-Deportation Deal. The nib of a steel fountain pen scratched against the heavy bond paper of an Immigration and Naturalization Service form. The sound carried across the polished mahogany table. The subject, Joseph Adonis, born Giuseppe Antonio Dotto, signed his name. The black ink dried under the humming fluorescent lights of the federal building. No handcuffs clicked. No flashbulbs popped in this room. The attorneys packed their briefcases, the brass clasps snapping shut with sharp metallic cracks. We maintained a file on the subject for 25 years. We tracked the bank deposits, the real estate transfers, the wiretaps from public telephone booths. We logged the license plates of the black sedans idling outside Brooklyn restaurants. We recorded the names of the men who went into his offices and the men who did not come out. None of it forced this signature. The instrument of removal was an administrative oversight dated 1909. Michele Dotto, the subject's father, emigrated from Campania and failed to file naturalization papers. The son remained an alien. 3 decades of federal surveillance, thousands of man-hours negated by a missing piece of carbon paper from the Taft administration. The terms were negotiated in quiet, windowless rooms. The subject faced additional federal prosecution. The perjury, the threat of a return to the penitentiary. The INS offered a voluntary departure. He would leave the jurisdiction of the United States permanently. He would not contest the deportation order. He surrendered his residency to avoid the damp chill of a federal cell block. The Bureau observed the proceedings from the gallery. The subject wore a dark worsted wool suit, the fabric stiff and immaculate. He did not speak to the federal attorneys. He kept his hands flat on the defense table. He nodded once to his lead counsel. The motion passed into the official record. Idlewild Airport. The tarmac smelled of burnt kerosene and damp concrete. A 4-engine propeller aircraft idled on the runway, the heavy vibration rattling the plate glass of the terminal windows. The Atlantic crossing would take more than 14 hours. The subject arrived in a private car. The heavy steel door of the vehicle swung open. We locked the movement. We did not approach. 2 INS inspectors stood by the chain-link gate, their thick overcoats buttoned against the biting wind coming off Jamaica Bay. He walked toward the boarding stairs. He carried a single leather valise. The stitched handle creaked under his grip. He was 53 years old. He had lived in the United States for 47 years. Behind him lay a geography that ceased to exist the moment his leather shoe touched the corrugated metal tread of the aircraft stairs. The Marmon limousine idling on a Brooklyn curb. The heavy oak doors of the Broadway speakeasies. The wet sand under the Coney Island boardwalk. The Palisades mansion with its manicured hedges. The ringing telephones at Duke's Tavern. The Bureau had mapped every inch of that territory. He was leaving it to us. The aircraft engines caught, a low mechanical cough that built into a steady, deafening roar. The slipstream flattened the dry yellow grass along the runway edge. 10 years earlier, in February 1946, we watched Salvatore Lucania board a freighter in Brooklyn under similar circumstances. Now, 2 of the 3 architects of the New York syndicate were returning to the country they left as children. The cabin door pulled shut. The metal latch engaged with a heavy, hollow thud. The aircraft taxied toward the outbound lane, the thick rubber tires hissing against the wet asphalt. The INS inspectors turned back toward the terminal, their shoes scuffing the pavement. The bureau agents returned to the field office. The file on Joseph Adonis required one final entry. A clerk pulled the heavy steel drawer of the filing cabinet. The metal rollers shrieked. The subject had departed the jurisdiction. Scene 21, Milan Exile begins. The receiver was heavier than the new Italian ones, black and smooth, with a faint warmth where his hand had been. When it rang in Via Albrici, it did not ring like a bell in an apartment, it struck the room like a spoon against china. He would let it sound once, twice, never hurrying, never allowing the smallest object to command him. Then he lifted it and gave his number in a low, careful voice. Milano, 4956115. After that, there was usually a pause. Not his pause. The other kind. He listened to pauses the way other men listen to music. He knew when a silence belonged to a woman finding her cigarette, to a porter waiting in a lobby, to a man on another line holding his breath. In Milan, in those first years, there were many silences. Some came from Italian rooms with polished desks and green lamps. Some, he said once with a dry little smile, had to cross the ocean before they reached us. I did not ask him how he knew. One did not ask him such things if one wanted to remain in the room. Via Albrici was a respectable street, not grand enough to make a spectacle of itself. The entrance had stone underfoot, worn to a dull skin by shoes and rain, and the lift gave a small metallic complaint before it rose. From the upper windows, you could see the city changing its clothes. Cranes above the rooftops. New concrete ribs where old courtyards had been. Lorries coughing in the morning. Men in dark suits stepping around puddles with rolled plans under their arms. Milan was becoming modern in a loud, dusty way, but his apartment stayed orderly, almost severe. He did not bring America with him in trunks. That surprised me. A man who had lived large elsewhere might have filled the rooms with proof, heavy silver, loud chairs, paintings with gilt frames, a bar like a hotel. He chose instead a desk with a clean surface, 2 proper lamps, a plain dining table, wardrobes that shut without a sound. The carpet was good, but not theatrical. The curtains were thick enough to swallow the traffic. On a small tray near the telephone, he kept matches, a pencil cut short, and a square pad of paper. The pencil was always sharp. At first, Italian sat on him badly. Not the language of the street, not the shopkeeper's quick arithmetic, but the formal phrases, the polite turns one uses with landlords, doctors, officials, men who hold stamps. He had left as a boy and returned as a man of 53, with American weight in his shoulders and old vows buried under 30 years of another life. Certain words came back to him like servants he did not fully trust. He tested them before using them. When the concierge spoke too quickly, he turned his head, not in confusion, but in warning. Slower. That was all his face said. The woman slowed. By 1956, he had learned that Exile begins with linen, leases, keys, introductions, the small brown envelope pressed into the right hand at the right time. Drama is for men being photographed. A life is made in kitchens and corridors. I watched him take possession of those rooms without ever seeming to touch them too much. A cuff adjusted. A chair moved 2 inches. The telephone placed where his right hand could reach it without crossing the desk. Ashtrays emptied before they were full. From any rooftop in Milan then, you saw iron and scaffolding. In cafes, you heard talk of refrigerators, motorcars, new flats, factories working longer hours. The city smelt of wet stone, petrol, roasted coffee, hot metal from tram lines after rain. At night, the restaurants gave out garlic, veal stock, cigarette smoke, floor wax. He liked to sit where he could see the door and the mirror behind the bar. It was not vanity. In mirrors he trusted distance. Salvatore Salazzo came often. You could hear him before you saw him, a brisk soul in the corridor, a key or coins in the pocket, a man who carried the city on his coat. He was useful in Milan, and usefulness was the first credential Joe respected. Salazzo knew which offices were slow, which clerks remembered favors, which roads to avoid when a fog came down near the border. He spoke with his hands, but not too much in front of Joe. Nobody performed long in that apartment. Salazzo entered, the air changed. It became practical. Papers came out. Addresses were murmured. Calls were placed and not placed. If I was there, I was given a glass, a chair, sometimes the newspaper. That was not dismissal. It was arrangement. In that room, everything had its distance. They spoke business in fragments, in a way that made the listener feel she had missed the beginning, though she had been present all along. "Tomorrow is better," Salazzo said once. Joe turned the pencil between his fingers. "Not tomorrow. Then after." "After," he said, and wrote nothing down. There were calls to be made from Via Albrici, and calls not to be made from there. He used the telephone because a man who refuses entirely to use a telephone has already said too much. But his voice became flatter on the line, the words smaller, like coins laid one by one on a counter. Names shortened. Places became there, and that office, and the gentleman. He did not joke into the receiver. He did not sigh. He did not allow impatience to travel through copper. I knew the line had listeners before anyone told me. The first sign was his hand. Not his face. His face was a locked hotel room. But the hand holding the receiver would loosen, just slightly, when the other person said too much. Then he would interrupt with something ordinary. "No, we speak later." The receiver would return to its cradle with no click, only a soft black touch. Later, in a restaurant near the Duomo, a man I did not know mentioned that half the city was listening to the other half. He said it while cutting his cutlet, as if he were discussing weather. Italian authorities had their habits, American men had theirs, and between them ran wires. I thought of the telephone at Via Albrici, the round holes in the dial, the smell of warm Bakelite, and Joe's voice passing through rooms where men he had never met bent over machines. He had always spoken carefully. That was not new. What was new was the scale of the cage. The Palisades had been across an ocean, and I had not known it as a wife knows curtains or a servant knows stains. I knew only what people said, and people embroider when they are far from the cloth. Here in Milan, the rooms were smaller, the street narrower, the calls colder. He was not surrounded by men waiting to laugh before the joke was finished. He made his own coffee badly, then stopped making it. He learned which butcher wrapped meat without asking questions. He stood at the window in shirt sleeves and watched the cranes move across the pale sky. Sometimes he looked less like a man diminished than a man returned to the first page of a book he had already written once. In the winter, the Swiss border became part of the conversation. Not always by name. The names were Chiasso, Como, Lugano, spoken as other men speak of dentists or tailors. Journeys north had a particular sound, the heavier coat lifted from the wardrobe, the snap of a case latch, the thick shut of a car door in the courtyard. Salazzo would arrive early, smelling of cold wool and tobacco. Joe disliked fuss before travel. He ate little. His shoes were polished, his hat brushed, his pockets light. I saw diamonds only once, if they were diamonds. Small stones in a folded paper, seen for less time than it takes to strike a match. They made no glamour in the room. No woman's throat, no ballroom light. Just hard points on white paper, dull until the lamp caught them, then sharp as frost. I did not ask where they came from or where they were going. Across borders, Bali becomes quiet. Paper money has a smell and a number. Bankers ask for signatures. Stones sit in a pocket without breathing. At the frontier, he was polite. That I was told, and I believed it. He knew how to give documents to a uniformed man without making the gesture servile. He knew how to wait. Waiting was one of his older talents. The car would smell of leather, damp overcoats, and the faint sourness of mountain fog. Outside, boots on gravel, a barrier lifted, a stamp came down somewhere with a dry official crack. Then the road again. When he returned from those journeys, he brought back almost nothing visible. A newspaper sometimes. Swiss cigarettes for someone else. Once a box of chocolates he placed on the table without ceremony. His hands, after the border, were always washed before he touched a glass. There were other Americans in Italy by then, men removed from one map and set down on another. Some had been there since the years after the war, living in Naples, Rome, Palermo, hotels with marble floors and bad telephones. They formed, people said, a little weather system of their own. Joe did not speak of them much to me. If a name was mentioned, it was placed carefully and left there. He had no appetite for nostalgia in company. Memory, for him, was not conversation. It was equipment. On evenings when Milan rained, the whole apartment seemed to listen. Tires hissed below. Water tapped the sills. The lift cables groaned behind the wall. He would sit at the dining table, jacket off, waistcoat still buttoned, turning an empty glass by its base. Ice was not always easy to get as he liked it, and when he had it, the cubes made a clean, hard sound. American sound, I thought. Hotel sound. The sort of sound that belonged to rooms where men made decisions and women learned which questions not to ask. Once, after a call that had lasted less than a minute, he remained standing with his hand on the receiver. "You think they hear everything?" I asked. His mouth moved, almost a smile, not quite. "They hear enough," he said. Then he looked at the pencil on the tray, adjusted it parallel to the pad, and went to close the curtains, though there was nothing outside but rain and the white arm of a crane suspended over the next street. From 1956 into 1958, that was how the life took shape. Not as a fall. Not as a new kingdom. An address, a number, a trusted man named Solazzo, journeys north, careful calls, careful silences. Milan rose around him in concrete and glass, bright shop windows, new money, young engineers speaking fast in cafes. Inside Via Albalici 7, a man who had crossed the ocean twice learned again how to occupy a room without leaving fingerprints on the air. Scene 22, Tijuana false alarm. The telephone receiver was still warm from another hand when he gave it to me, black bakelite polished at the edges by years of fingers and rings. In Milan, the rain had made the courtyard stones dark and slick, and every sound from the street came up softened, the tram bell, the hard cough of a motor scooter, the wet slap of tires over the rails. Joe stood at the window with his back to the room, not looking out so much as letting the glass hold his face. It was April 1958. I remember the month because the waiters had begun to leave the restaurant doors open in the afternoon, and the kitchen smelled of stock, coffee grounds, and hot metal. He had taken lunch in a dark suit that looked too heavy for the season. At table, he cut his meat slowly, with that same small pressure of the forefinger against the knife, as if there were always a correct way to divide things and a wrong one. Nothing about him suggested a man being looked for at a border 2 seas away. The story did not reach us at once. Stories seldom did, not cleanly. They came through men who had changed planes in Paris, through lawyers who spoke too softly in hotel bars, through Italian policemen who enjoyed letting you know they knew more than they would say. A man from the American side, so I was told, had been seen at Tijuana on the 12th of April. The agents at the crossing believed they had recognized Joe. They thought he was trying to pass back into the United States, as if a man might fold himself into a line of tourists and day drinkers, stand beneath the flat sun with a hat brim lowered, and walk home through a gate. Tijuana, in those tellings, was all dust and neon. I never saw it then, but I could hear it in the mouths of the men who spoke of it. Car horns with a cracked brass note, bar doors swinging on tired hinges, American coins striking wooden counters, the heavy shut of a sedan door outside a border office. There would have been women in pale dresses going from one side to the other, sailors with cigarettes tucked into their lips, boys selling postcards with curled corners. Somewhere among them, a man with Joe's breadth of shoulder, Joe's darkness of hair, Joe's unfortunate face for anyone wishing to be mistaken for no one. The Americans reacted quickly. That was the part that amused him later, though he did not say so at first. From Tijuana, the report went north and east, through offices with green lamps and clicking machines, until it reached Washington. The name had only to be put on paper, Adonis. It had a sound men in government rooms did not care to leave unattended. Within days, they said, cables moved as if pulled by wire from the same hand. Hoover was told. Hoover answered. Field offices were stirred. Men who had never seen Joe except in photographs began to imagine him in the dry light of a Mexican street. During those days in Milan, Joe did ordinary things with an almost insulting patience. He ate oatmeal in the morning when he wanted his stomach to be left alone. He sent his shirts to be laundered at a place where the woman tied them in brown paper with string and wrote his name incorrectly. He bought cigarettes from a kiosk near the corner and held the packet in his palm before opening it, tapping it once against his thumb. In the evening, if there was company, he listened more than he spoke. If there was no company, he sat near the radio while the city settled into its damp stone smell. No one came bursting through the door. No Italian carabiniere climbed the stairs with polished boots and a warrant folded in his pocket. The apartment remained, the apartment, yellow light on the ceiling, a glass ring on the small table, the faint odor of wool overcoats and lemon soap. Yet across the ocean, because a stranger had passed through Tijuana with the wrong face, the machinery was awake. I learned later how they quieted it. An inquiry had to be made through Italian hands. There was a manner for such things, a request that did not call itself a request, a verification passed from one office to another. Was he in Italy? Had he been seen? Could it be confirmed? In Rome, or Milan, or some corridor with marble floors and cold walls, a man would have lifted a telephone receiver and spoken in that careful voice officials use when they do not wish to be remembered. Yes, he was here. No, he was not at the border. Yes, he remained in Italy. Joe knew none of this while it began. I am nearly certain of that. On the 12th, on the 13th, even by the 17th, he moved through Milan with the calm of a man whose troubles were old enough to have furniture of their own. If he suspected anything, it showed only once, when a telephone rang too early in the morning, and he let it sound 3 times before picking it up. His hand did not shake. The receiver rested against his ear like a familiar weight. He listened, said little, and after replacing it, he aligned the cord with 2 fingers, smoothing its twist along the edge of the table. When the truth finally reached him, weeks had passed. By then, the date attached to the correction was May 28th. The man at Tijuana was not Joe. He was a car finance executive from San Diego, respectable enough, I suppose, with ledgers and interest payments, and a desk that smelled of ink, dust, and carbon paper. No hidden empire, no secret return, no forbidden crossing. Only a man whose work depended upon automobiles, mistaken at a border where automobiles waited in long, hot lines. Then the news came in the afternoon, after lunch. I remember the sound of ice in his glass, though he had not yet drunk from it. A cube cracked softly, a small, private noise. Someone told him, perhaps thinking he would be offended, perhaps hoping he would be flattered. Joe turned the glass once by the rim and looked down into it as if the clear liquid held a photograph. "A car, man," he said. That was all at first. Outside, a delivery truck ground its gears in the street below. From the restaurant across the way came the wet clatter of plates being rinsed, and the kitchen door opened long enough to send up garlic, steam, and burned flour. Joe put the glass down without lifting it to his mouth. The corner of his lips moved, not into a smile exactly, but into something held back and measured, like a man counting out money beneath the table. I understood what he found funny. One did not need a paper from Washington to understand it. In America, men in press suits had imagined him under the Tijuana sun, slipping toward California. In Milan, he had been sitting in a room with high windows, waiting for coffee to cool. Between those 2 pictures lay 2 governments, several languages, and one unlucky San Diego face. He did not ask whether Hoover had said his name. He did not ask how many men had been set in motion. Such questions would have made him smaller. Instead, he took out a cigarette, struck a match, and watched the sulfur burn blue before it steadied. The cigarette remained between his fingers for some time before he smoked it. "They still look," I said. He glanced at me then, and for a second the room became very quiet, even with the trams outside and the rainwater dripping from the balcony rail. "Let them," he said. There was no boast in it. Boasting was for men who needed witnesses. His voice was low, almost tender, as if he was speaking of a dog that had followed him too far from home and did not know the way back. Then he lifted the glass. The ice touched his teeth with a faint, hard click. Afterward, he did not mention the car finance man again. The Americans had corrected themselves. The office lamps in Washington had gone on to other papers. The border agents had returned to their booths and their stamps. Somewhere in San Diego, a man with the wrong face opened a car door, felt its solid weight in his hand, and went on selling credit to people who wanted to drive away. In Milan, Joe remained where he had been all along. That was the part no cable could make dramatic. A man in exile sitting through the afternoon, smoke rising from an ashtray, his name traveling faster than he ever did. Scene 23. The telegram paper had a dry rasp when he unfolded it, like a match struck and blown out before flame. Milan was wet that afternoon, the kind of January rain that made the tram wires sing faintly over Via Manzoni and left a greasy shine on the black bonnets at the curb. In the apartment, the radiators knocked with a hollow metal sound. Someone had placed a glass on the low table. The ice in it had already softened to cloudy islands. He read the message once. Not quickly. Not slowly. Once, with his head bent, the pale skin at the back of his neck showing above the collar of his shirt. Outside, a motor scooter coughed, cawed, then thinned away down the street. Inside, the only thing that moved was the corner of the telegram between his fingers. Naples, it said, Capodichino. Lucky Luciano had fallen at the airport on the 26th of January. 64 years old, though men like that never seemed to keep their ages properly. They wore them as they wore their hats, tilted for effect, removed only in church or before a woman they had decided to respect. Capodichino was not a romantic place for any man to finish. Concrete floors, hard benches, cigarette smoke flattened under the ceiling, the sour smell of aviation fuel hanging about the doors. No velvet, no brass rail, no private table in the corner. Just the practical mouth of an airport on the hill above Naples, taking people in and letting them out. He put the paper on the table and smoothed it with 2 fingers. There was a clock in that room, a heavy mantel clock with a soft, damp tick, and for a while it seemed to do all the speaking. He was 59 then, still particular about his cuffs, still barbered, still able, by sitting very still, to make other people lower their voices. The years in Italy had changed the geography around him, but not the habit. Men came to him in hotel lobbies and restaurant back rooms, in wool coats smelling of rain, with their hats in both hands. They left differently than they entered. I never asked what was carried in those conversations. A woman who survives learns which doors may remain closed. On that afternoon, no one came for some minutes. A maid passed once in the corridor, her shoes making a soft scuff against the polished floor. From the kitchen, there was the smell of coffee gone bitter in the pot and boiled milk skinning in a small pan. He did not touch the glass. When he lifted his hand at last, it was not to drink, but to reach for the telephone. Those old receivers had a weight to them. Black, cold, almost fleshy against the palm, with the cord twisting back on itself like a patient snake. He held it a moment before giving the number. His voice, when he spoke, was even. Not lowered. Not theatrical. He gave instructions for a wreath. No speech followed. No recollection offered for the room to admire. No, we were young then. No, he was the best of us. No sentence that would have made the dead man smaller by dressing him in feeling. He specified flowers, and because this was Italy, there was a discussion about size, ribbon, timing, the proper house, the proper church, the proper delivery. He listened with his eyes on the window, where rain scratched softly at the glass. Then he gave the words, though long PL, in English, 3 blunt pieces of it. Not farewell, not addio, not my dear friend. The kind of phrase a man might toss over his shoulder at a railway platform with a newspaper under his arm and a train coughing steam behind him. The kind of phrase that pretended to be nothing because it had no strength for ceremony. He replaced the receiver gently, so gently the cradle barely clicked. I had heard enough over the years to understand the arithmetic without being taught. An ice cream place in Little Italy, someone once said, late in 1920, when boys with quick hands and clean collars were already looking past the glass cases to rooms with heavier doors. Then the other years, spoken of obliquely, never in order, never for my benefit. New York with its damp sidewalks and restaurant kitchens, hot with garlic and dishwater. Cars with doors so solid they shut like bank vaults. Back rooms where cigar ash fell into saucers, and a woman's laugh was used to cover the wrong sentence. Cuba once, named lightly, though the name tightened the air when it appeared. Naples later, which did not belong to either of them at first, and then belonged to one too completely. The others had gone before him, one by one, the names arriving in Europe like bad weather coming across the sea. Seagull in a house out west, so the newspapers had it, photographs with white walls and an open window. Moretti in a restaurant, and men at nearby tables remembering suddenly they had not seen enough to say. Anastasia in a barber's chair, face lathered, the floor bright and wet beneath him. I knew these things as everyone knew them, from headlines passed across cafe tables, from men folding papers too quickly when a woman entered, from voices that grew dry at the edge of certain names. But this one was different in the room. Not louder. Quieter. Naples in January has a grey skin. The harbour turns hard, looking under low cloud, and the gulls sound like knives being scraped over plates. Down by the water, ropes swell with salt and leave the hands rough. At Capodichino, the wind comes without perfume, carrying petrol, damp wool, and the tired breath of travellers who have stood too long in lines. When word spread that Luciano had died there, it seemed both indecent and fitting. He had spent 16 years in Italian exile by then. 16 years of being near enough to the old country to touch its stone, and far enough from America to be reminded each morning of what had been taken from him or what he had spent. At the funeral, Naples did what Naples does, it watched. Faces appeared behind shutters. Men in dark coats stood with their collars raised, shoes blackened by the wet pavement. Women crossed themselves with gloved fingers and then looked carefully at who else was present. The church air was cold and waxy. Flowers gave off their thick, bruised sweetness. Lilies and carnations and roses crowded together until the smell became almost medicinal. Somewhere, a chair leg scraped the floor with a harsh little cry. I will not tell you I saw him there. People are too eager to make a witness convenient. In those days a person could be in Milan in the morning and Naples by night, or nowhere at all except in the talk that moved faster than trains. I saw what I saw. I heard what was said. I remember the wreath because it did not try to be beautiful. Among the satin ribbons and careful Italian phrases, those 3 English words sat like a cigarette burn in linen. So long, pal. No priest could improve it. No speech could lengthen it without making it false. Men like Joe had a private language for the things they could not afford to display. A hand on the back of a chair. A bill paid before anyone asked. The larger portion placed on another man's plate. A name never mentioned after a certain night. When he wished to be tender, he became exact. That was how I knew the ribbon had not been chosen carelessly, and why no woman should have advised him to soften it. He would not have allowed softening. soft things left marks. After the call to the florist, he remained seated by the window until the lamps came on in the street. Milan darkens early in winter. The buildings turn the color of old pewter, and voices carry upward from the pavement with a muffled, damp sound. Someone in the next apartment practiced scales on a piano, slowly, badly, each note struck as if from a distance. He lit a cigarette, held it, and let the ash lengthen until it bent and dropped whole into the tray. There were men who would have expected him to rage, perhaps. Men like to imagine grief as noise, because noise is easier to repeat. What I remember is the table, the untouched glass, the telegram lying flat, the black receiver back in its place, the small wet ring left by melting ice. What I remember is his left hand resting open on his knee, as if it had finished its work before the rest of him had been informed. In Naples, the harper stayed cold. At the graveside, shoes pressed into soft earth. The wreath from Milan took its place among the others, but it was the only one I can still read without closing my eyes. 40 years can be made ridiculous by a long inscription. 3 words kept their coats on and waited in the rain. Scene 24, Milbeton Construction Company. The rubber stamp came down with a flat, wet sound, and for a moment no one moved. Ink shone on the paper, black and glossy, as if it needed time to dry into fact. Outside the windows of Via Appiani 3, Milan was being opened with drills. The street carried the hard metallic chatter of building work, the cough of lorries backing against pavements, the scrape of scaffolding poles dragged over stone. Every morning there was another trench, another crane, another man in a grey cap shouting up at a window where plaster dust floated like flour. Joe sat with his hat on the table beside his right hand. It was not a large office. A respectable one, that was all. Cream walls, polished floor, a telephone with a heavy black receiver, a narrow cabinet whose drawers shut with a tired wooden click. Someone had placed a small calendar on the desk, one of those commercial calendars with a saint's day in red and a picture of a lake too blue to be believed. February 16, 1962. I remember the square of that date because one of the Italian gentlemen tapped it with his fingernail while speaking, not to Joe but around him. In that careful manner men use when they think a foreigner understands less than he does. Joe understood enough. He had put on a dark suit that morning, the cloth smooth and too warm for the room. There was rain in the air, the Milanese kind, fine and cold, making the cuffs of trousers damp and the collars of overcoats smell faintly of wool. When he removed his gloves, he placed them one on top of the other, fingers aligned. That was always his way. He might leave a city behind him, a language, a name spoken with another accent, but never a pair of gloves thrown down like a boy's. On the desk lay the papers for Milbeton Construction Company. The word looked new and old at once. Milbeton. A hard little word with cement in the mouth. On paper it had a shape, registered office, Via Appiani 3, Milan, capital, 800,000 lire, registry number 594775. Numbers make a clean noise in a room. Men like them, because numbers do not blush, do not look towards the door, do not wake in the night and ask whether the dead had heard. 3 weeks had passed since Charlie was gone. No one said this in the office. They spoke instead of articles, signatures, shares, formalities, stamps. The Italian gentlemen were neat, not showy. One had a soft scarf tucked inside his coat, another smelled of cigarettes and shaving soap. Their shoes were polished but wet at the soles. They carried portfolios of stiff leather that creaked when opened, and inside were papers clipped in order, pale sheets with margins broad enough to suggest innocence. Joe listened with his head slightly lowered. Not bowed. Never that. Only lowered, as if he were hearing another sound beneath their voices. When they asked him to sign, he took the pen, tested the nib against the blotter, and wrote with a slow, compact hand. The nib scratched. It was a dry, intimate sound, more private than speech. I had seen his hands at breakfast that morning. In the apartment, he had not eaten much. A little coffee, bread broken once and left. The cup had clicked against the saucer because he set it down too carefully. There were newspapers folded beside him, Italian papers with photographs of ministers, motor cars, factories, new apartment blocks rising where fields had been. He turned no pages. From the kitchen came the faint onion smell of someone else's lunch, beginning in another flat, and from the courtyard, the hollow knock of a porter moving dustbins. Milan had no patience with a man's losses. It rose, drilled, poured, invoiced. At 10, one of the partners had come for him in a dark car. I watched from behind the curtain as Joe stepped into the street. The car door closed with a padded weight. That sound stayed with me all day, the contained thud of a man being taken from one life into another. When I arrived later at Via Appiani, no one seemed surprised. Women were often in rooms without being counted in them. A chair was found for me near the window. I kept my gloves on. Rain had darkened the sill, and the glass was cold enough that when I touched it with one fingertip, the chill passed through the kid leather. I did not ask what the company was for. There are questions that arrive already furnished with their answers. Construction was everywhere then. You could not cross Milan without stepping around sacks of cement hardening at the corners, without seeing wooden planks laid over mud, without hearing the coarse rasp of a saw or the long ringing strike of a hammer on iron. A company that built things, or said it built things, could breathe in such a city. It could hire men, pay invoices, receive payments, delay payments, buy materials, sell them, move lyre from one ledger to another with a clerk's straight face. That was not a confession. It was only the weather of the place. Joe watched the stamp dry. One of the Italians made a small joke. I did not catch all of it. Something about Milan growing faster than the men who tried to count it. The others laughed politely. Joe smiled with only the left side of his mouth. His fingers were on the edge of the table, not gripping it, merely resting there as if measuring the thickness of the wood. Good, he said. That was all. The telephone rang once in the outer room and was answered quickly. The receiver made a dull sound as it was lifted, and a woman's voice, brisk and local, carried through the half-open door. Names were not repeated loudly. Addresses were murmured. The office had already begun to behave as though it had existed for years. A legitimate company, if you looked at the paper. That phrase was said later, not by Joe, and not in front of the men with the portfolios. It was said over dinner, in a restaurant with white tiles and a warm, greasy smell from the kitchen, while waiters passed with plates of risotto and veal. Someone at the table lifted a glass, the ice knocking softly against the side, though the drink was not Italian and the gesture was not either. Joe did not lift his glass immediately. He looked at the linen, at a small brown burn near the ashtray where some careless diner had let a cigarette rest too long. On paper, the man said again, pleased with himself. Joe touched the stem of his glass. Paper is paper, he said. There was no more discussion after that. I remember the walk back more clearly than the meal. The pavement was slick and the lamps made yellow pools in the rain. New buildings stood unfinished behind wire fences, their concrete floors exposed, their stairways ending in open air. From somewhere high came the dry clack of a loose board in the wind. Joe walked beside me without offering his arm until we reached a crossing where the curb was broken. Then his hand came under my elbow, exact and firm, and was gone as soon as my shoe found the flat stone. He had lost the one man with whom silence had not needed translation. I will say no more than that. Men who live as he lived do not put black bands on their sleeves unless it is useful. They put their names into companies. They rent offices. They receive gentlemen with wet shoes and careful voices. They let fresh ink stand in for the thing that cannot be spoken at table, nousing, rushing, 7. In the apartment, he removed his tie before his jacket. This was unusual. He stood in front of the mirror over the sideboard, not looking at himself so much as at the room behind him. The lampshade gave his face a soft amber color, and the city's damp noise came through the shutters, muffled now, as if Milan had wrapped the night in felt. "Will it build?" I asked. The question came out lightly. I had made it sound like a woman asking about a hat, a holiday, a house seen from a train. He took a cigarette from the silver case and held it unlit. "We'll see," he said. A match was struck. Sulphur bit the air, sharp and brief. He drew once on the cigarette, then set it in the ashtray without smoking further. The smoke climbed straight for a second before the draft from the shutter bent it sideways. On the table near the door lay a carbon copy of the papers, the top sheet faintly ridged where the type had struck through, Milbeton Construction Company, via Appiani 3, 800,000 lire. Registry number 5, 94775. I did not touch it. Some papers stain the fingers even when the ink is dry. By morning, the office would open like any other office. The telephone would ring. The drawers would accept their files. Outside, men would shout over engines and wet cement would be leveled into forms. Milan would go on lifting itself story by story into the grey air. Joe slept little that night. Once, before dawn, I heard him in the next room, the soft pad of his steps over the rug, the click of the lighter, the long silence after. He did not call anyone. He did not speak a name. He had made a structure because something else had fallen, and in that room, with the rain drying on the window glass, I understood enough not to ask what it was meant to hold. Scene 25, Virginia Hill. The spoon struck the side of the cup twice, not loudly, only enough to make the coffee quiver in its white porcelain, and he looked up as if the small sound had been an indiscretion. Milan was wet that afternoon. The pavements had the black sheen they get when the rain has been falling since morning, and the tires outside made a soft tearing noise on the street. In the kitchen behind us, somebody was lifting copper pans from iron hooks. Steam came under the swinging door with the smell of veal stock, garlic crushed under a knife, and wet wool from the waiters' coats hung too near the stove. Joe sat with his back to the wall. He always chose a chair that let him see the entrance, though he did it with such polish that a waiter might have thought he preferred the light. His suit was dark and pressed too well for a man who had no office to go to. His shoes were American, heavy in the sole, shined until the lamplight slid across them. When he took off his gloves, he laid them side by side on the table, thumbs inward, as if they too had been instructed. Someone had mentioned her before he arrived. Not as one mentions a lady. As one mentions a weather system that has crossed an ocean and arrived diminished, but still capable of breaking windows, Virginia. There are women whose names enter a room before their bodies do. Hers had done that for years. Men said it with a little laugh, or with their eyes lowered, or with a cigarette held too long between two fingers. They remembered the hotel in the desert, the pink glare of it, the men in dinner jackets, the money going in and out faster than breath. They remembered Benjamin Siegel because he was dead, and dead men are easy to arrange in the mind. She remained troublesome because she had survived him. I had seen photographs. Everyone had. The pale hair, the mouth too knowing for the camera, the shoulders that made a dress look expensive even when it was not the most expensive thing in the room. Later, in Europe, the photographs became poor company. They did not show the worn cuffs, the curtains closed at noon, the bills folded into small squares and hidden in books. They did not show what America can do to a woman after it has finished calling her beautiful. Joe did not say her name at first. He tapped ash into the tray, though his cigarette had hardly burned. Rain tapped the awning outside, a quick, thin sound. "She is in the mountains," someone said. He moved only his eyes. "Austria," the man added. "Sometimes Switzerland. It depends who is asking." Joe turned the cup in its saucer. "Who is asking?" Nobody answered him directly. That was how conversations were conducted with him in exile. Men brought him fragments wrapped in respect, a name, a town, a debt, a rumor from a dining car, a telephone number written in pencil. He accepted or refused them without hurry. The room listened to the silence after each fragment, because the silence was often the answer. From America, the machine had thrown out more than men. It had thrown out the women who knew them, the women who had laughed too loudly in the wrong hotel, the women who had sat before hot lamps and answered questions in a voice trained by nightclubs and bad mornings. Virginia had done that. She had sat there in 1951, powdered and watched, while men in public chairs asked her what she knew and how she had paid for it. I did not see it. I was not in that room. I heard the descriptions afterwards, from people who preferred to remember her earrings and her temper rather than the trap itself. The taxmen came after her, they said. Not once, not politely. Papers followed her over water. Letters found the little houses and the rented rooms. A person can cross an ocean and still hear the old telephone ringing. Joe knew that sound. He would never admit it in those words, but I saw how he looked at telephones in furnished rooms. Black instruments, heavy and patient, with their cloth cords coiled like a sleeping thing. When one rang, he let it ring twice before touching it. His hand never jumped. That was his discipline. But after he put the receiver down, he would rub the place between his thumb and first finger slowly, as if the Bakelite had left a stain. Once, in a northern room with shutters painted green and a carpet too thin for winter, a telephone stood on a lace-covered table beside a glass of mineral water. The water had gone flat. Outside, tram bells sounded from a street I will not name, and the fog pressed itself against the window. A woman had called, or perhaps a woman was expected to call. I will not improve the story by pretending certainty. I remember Joe looking at the instrument for a long time after it had stopped making noise. "She talks too fast," he said. It was almost fond. Almost. Then he picked up his hat. And we went down the stairs without another word. In the entrance hall, the porter held the door open. Cold air came in, metallic and damp. Joe paused to button his coat, not because he needed time, but because he had learned never to let the world see him adjust too quickly to anything. If Virginia came to Milan, I did not sit at the table and count the minutes. If he went north, I did not pack his shirts. There are facts a woman knows because she has stood close enough to the mirror after a man has shaved, close enough to see whether he has cut himself. There are other facts she is offered, like poisoned sweets, and she leaves them in the dish. Still, their orbit was known among us. Two Americans on the wrong side of the ocean, both speaking of home as if it were a room temporarily locked. In America, they would not have been simply friends. Too many men, too many histories, too much theatre around each name. Europe made different arrangements. Exile has poor manners. It seats people together who once would have required separate entrances. She had been the flamingo girl, they said, as if a hotel could own a woman by remembering her in neon. He had been careful all his life, careful in a way that made even generosity look planned. She was flame in the stories, he was the hand that shielded the match from wind. Yet by the late 50s, all that American brightness had become distant enough to seem vulgar in the afternoon light of a Milan cafe. Our glasses were smaller here. The ice was meaner. The carpet smelled of dust and old smoke. The men who had once crossed ballrooms now crossed borders with folded papers and polite lies. On some evenings he spoke of food. That is what remains most clearly to me. Not business. Not names. Food, a good chicken broth. Oatmeal on a train. Properly salted. The difference between a tomate that had grown in sun and one that had merely been red. He would talk that way when the last visitor had gone and the room had released its held breath. His jacket came off, his tie loosened only a finger's width, and he became a man listening for the service lift, for footsteps, for the small domestic verdicts of a foreign building. Of her, he said little. When he did, it was never the glittering part. He asked once whether the roads were bad near Salzburg in March. Another time he asked if Austrian doctors were any good. He disliked asking questions whose answers he could not buy. A woman who knew a woman who had known her told me Virginia kept to quiet places. That is how Exile reduces a legend, not with thunder, but with linen curtains, unpaid accounts, and a view of fields where nobody cares who once sent orchids to whose suite. In Austria, in Switzerland, in those clean countries with their polished brass and cold staircases, she lived far from the desert hotel, far from the men who had pronounced her name over whiskey and crushed ice. The American government, or its long arm, still wanted its due. I say this as it was said to me, over tables and in vestibules, with the speaker lowering his voice, though no one in the room understood English. When news came in March of 1966, it did not come like news in the cinema. No woman fainted. No glass fell. A man brought it folded into the afternoon, and Joe read it while standing near a window. Koppel, Austria, March 24. Snow still in the high places, I imagined. Mud at the edges of the road. The kind of cold that enters the bones after the fire has gone down. He did not sit. That was the first thing I noticed. He remained standing with the paper between his fingers, and the paper made a dry, scratchy sound when he changed his grip. From the courtyard below came the clatter of bottles being unloaded, green glass against green glass. Somewhere a maid was beating a rug, dull blows against the damp air. Poor kid, he said. She had not been a kid for a long time. Neither had any of us. But men like Joe kept certain words from the old country of their youth, and used them when nothing else could be trusted. Afterwards he washed his hands. There was no reason for it. He went to the little basin in the adjoining room, turned both taps, and let the water run too long before putting his hands beneath it. The pipes knocked inside the wall. Soap slipped once from his palm and struck the porcelain with a hard click. In the mirror above the basin, his face looked smaller, as faces do in foreign mirrors, the silver backing worn dark at the edges. I did not ask what she had been to him. Such questions are for Americans in bright rooms, for men with pencils, for women too young to know that an answer can ruin the only truthful part of a thing. In Europe we let a silence keep its coat on. That evening he ate very little. The restaurant kitchen smelled of burned butter and parsley. A waiter brought risotto in a shallow dish, yellow and glossy, and Joe moved it once with his fork. Outside, a car door closed with that heavy post-war sound, metal accepting metal. He listened to it, then to the rain beginning again. She should have stayed away from all of them, someone at the table said. Joe looked at him, not sharply. That was worse. The man lowered his eyes to his plate. No one stays away, Joe said. His hands were still. His voice had no theatre in it. Later, upstairs, when the room was dark except for the line of light under the bathroom door, I heard ice shift in a glass. One cube, then another, softened at the edges. He had poured whiskey without switching on the lamp. The chair creaked as he sat. For a long while there was only that small, wet sound from the glass and the muffled traffic below, tires on rain, the city speaking Italian to itself. If she had loved him, I cannot tell you. If he had loved her, I cannot tell you either. Love is a word with too much rouge on its face when applied to people who have spent their lives being watched. What I know is thinner and more durable. A man who guarded every gesture allowed her death to alter the air around him. For one evening, perhaps two, the careful suit hung on the chair like an emptied skin, and the telephone was left unanswered until it stopped of its own accord. Scene 26. Samuel Lewin visits. The lift gate rattled before the bell did, a thin iron scrape coming up through the stairwell of Via Alberici 7. He heard it from the sitting room and put his cup down without finishing. There was coffee in it, gone brown at the rim, and beside it the newspaper lay folded to a column he had not been reading. Outside, Milan had the flat, damp sound it gets in winter, tram wheels grinding at the curve, a scooter coughing below the windows, footsteps ticking over the pavement like small hard coins. He was an old man by then, though he did not allow the room to say it for him. The jacket was on before the visitor reached the landing. His tie was already pulled straight, one finger pressed under the knot to ease the cloth against his throat. At 67 or 68, the body had begun its private withdrawals, but the hands remembered everything. They moved over cuff, pocket, ashtray, chairback, making the apartment suitable for New York. Via Alberici was not New York. It had polished stone floors that held the cold through the morning, and doors heavy enough to make every arrival sound official. In the entrance hall there was the smell of wax, wet wool, and old tobacco. From the kitchen came the faint oil of garlic left in a pan, not strong, only present. Milanese houses keep odors in corners, they do not let them escape all at once. I was there often enough to know the change in him when the Atlantic entered the room. Not the ships, not the aeroplanes, not the city itself, only a man from there, a voice carrying the clipped American consonants that strike the ear like a lighter snapping shut. On those days, he did not sit with his back to the door. He did not leave the telephone receiver crooked on its cradle. A glass would be rinsed twice and dried with a linen towel until it made a dull squeak in his hand. The name was Samuel Lewin. Nothing more was given to me, and I did not ask for what was not offered. In certain rooms, a woman learns the weight of a closed mouth. There are questions that make the air rough, and others that only prove one has not been listening. Mr. Lewin came from New York in 1970, and again in the following year. I remember the seasons less than the sounds, the metal lift, the short ring, the muted knock after, as if the knuckles knew not to announce too much. When the door opened, cold air came in around him. American coats had a different hang in those years, heavier in the shoulder, stiffer at the sleeve, smelling faintly of rain, aeroplane upholstery, and cigarettes bought duty-free. He was not a man who needed to be described. That was almost the point of him. A hat removed, a brief greasing, shoes wiped once on the mat, though there was no mud, and then his hand in Joe's hand. "Sam," Joe said. That was all I heard clearly the first time. There were always other ears in Milan. One learned this before the newspapers explained it. At the corner, a Fiat sat too long with two men inside and no one getting out. Across the way, a man in a dark overcoat studied the same shop window each time the porter changed the flowers in the lobby. Whether they belonged to Italy, America, or to no flag at all, I could not have said. Joe noticed without turning his head. He would touch the curtain only with the back of two fingers, not enough to move it, only enough to feel whether the cloth was drawn as he had left it. By then the city had begun to crackle. Posters went up at night and were torn down by noon, leaving wet strips of paper on the walls like peeled skin. Students filled the streets with hoarse chanting that rose suddenly between the buildings, then broke apart under sirens. Once, near the Duomo, I saw a dark stain on the pavement being scrubbed with a stiff brush while a tram waited, bell clanging, the driver's face pale behind the glass. Milan went on dressing well. It went on serving risotto in quiet rooms. But under the linen and chrome, there was a metallic taste, as if everyone had bitten the inside of the cheek. Inside his apartment, the disturbance arrived differently. A visitor from New York carried no banner, no shouted slogan, no smell of petrol from a broken bottle. He carried greetings perhaps, news perhaps, something requiring a door closed and an old man's opinion. I did not know, and I do not pretend now to know. Men have a way of making even silence sound like business if they have practiced long enough. After Mr. Lewin entered, the room altered. Chairs were moved a little, not scraped, lifted. The ashtray was placed on the low table within reach of both men. Ice knocked in a glass, two clean clicks, then one softer one as it settled. Joe had taken to drinking less, or saying he had. Sometimes he held the glass only for the chill of it, letting the wet ring form beneath his fingers while he spoke in a low voice. I could not separate from the traffic below. The door to the sitting room did not close all the way. It rarely did in Italian apartments of that age. Wood swells, hinges lower themselves by degrees. Through the gap came fragments without sense. A place name once, maybe not. A laugh that ended too quickly. The dry whisper of a match. Mr. Lewin's voice was quieter than I expected, and Joe's, when it came, had that careful softness he used when each word must carry its own coat and hat. From the corridor, I watched the slice of carpet near the threshold. Their shoes showed there. Joe's, polished black, square and still. The visitors, crossed once at the ankle, then set flat again. During long pauses, the building spoke for them, a pipe ticking behind the wall, a woman above dragging a chair, a horn sounding down on the street with that impatient Milanese pressure of the palm. Once the telephone rang in the hall and no one moved. It rang 5 times, a hard black instrument with a heavy receiver, and then stopped as if ashamed. He had left America 15 years before, but America had not finished with him. That was visible in the way he listened. For the butcher, the tailor, the doctor, he had the mild attention of a man saving his strength. For a voice from New York, something sharpened at once. His shoulders did not rise. His face did not change much. Yet the hand on the arm of the chair tightened, the thumb pressing into the seam until the leather gave a small, tired creak. Age made other men vague. It made him precise. He arranged his medicines in a drawer, labels turned inward. He kept coins in a shallow dish by size, not value. If he napped, it was with his shoes still on. Before Mr. Lewin came, he would ask whether the porter had been downstairs all morning, whether the street door was sticking again, whether any letters had arrived with foreign stamps. These were ordinary questions, spoken in an ordinary tone. Only the order of them gave him away. In 1971, the visit had a heavier weather around it. Or perhaps I remember it so because the city had grown louder. The trams shrieked more at the rails, the police vans seemed to idle longer at the curb. That afternoon the sky had the color of unwashed pewter, and the windows of Via Albrici held the light badly. Mr. Lewin arrived with damp on his shoulders. Joe met him standing. "You made good time," he said. "Good enough," the visitor answered. Nothing in the words. Everything in the way neither man smiled until after the handshake was over. They went in. The door remained almost closed. On the hall table, the black telephone sat with its coiled cord twisted upon itself, smooth where many hands had worried it. I touched the receiver once to move it farther from the edge and felt its cold weight, the kind that makes one aware of distance. In those days, a call could cross borders and still arrive intimate, a voice pressed into the ear with a faint C inside it. But that day, no call was made while I was there. When the visitor left, the apartment did not resume at once. That is the part I remember most clearly. Not the arrival, not the name, not even Joe's alert face turned toward the door. It was the silence after. Completed conversation has a particular smell. Stale smoke, melted ice, wool warmed by bodies, coffee gone sour in the cup. The room seemed to hold its breath badly, like a man pretending to sleep. Joe walked Mr. Lewin to the entrance. The lift gate shut with its scraped iron cough. Below, the street door gave a thick wooden thud that travelled up through the floor. Only then did he return to the sitting room. He did not look out of the window immediately. First he collected the glasses, though one was barely touched. Then he folded the newspaper along its old crease and placed it square on the table. "You want dinner?" I asked. "In a while," he said. His hands were steady. That was what people noticed and misunderstood. Steadiness can be discipline. It can also be exhaustion with nowhere proper to sit. After a few minutes, he went to the window and stood beside the curtain, not behind it. Down in Via Albrici, tires hissed over the damp street. A car door closed with a dense, expensive sound. Somewhere beyond the buildings a siren began, rose, and thinned into the evening. He listened until it disappeared. Then he let the curtain fall back against the glass and turned away from America, at least for that day. Scene 27, Preventive Arrest, Milan. The receiver was still warm when I put it back into its cradle, black bakelite with a small chip near the mouthpiece, and the click it made seemed too loud for that apartment. Milan in May had already begun to gather heat in the stone. From the open window came the hard rattle of a tram on the curve, the dry hiss of tires along the street after the watering cart had passed, and, from somewhere below, a kitchen door striking its frame again and again in the service wind. Someone had moved the chair beside the telephone. That was the first thing I noticed. Not the absence of the man, tomating usings the true lever, taken. Absence is too large a word for a room at the beginning. A chair turned 2 inches from its habit tells you more. Its front leg had bitten into the carpet and left a dark comma in the pile. On the little table, there was a glass with no ice left in it, only a cloudy ring at the bottom and the faint smell of mineral water. He did not leave glasses that way. Even in a hotel, he straightened the saucer under the cup before going out. They had taken him in Milan on the 24th of May 1971. That much was said plainly, not whispered. Italian police. Preventive arrest. The phrase traveled quickly through the city among people who pretended not to know one another. It had a clean administrative sound, almost hygienic, like white tiles in a clinic corridor. Yet there was nothing clean in the way it entered a household. It came in on shoes. It touched drawers. It made servants look at the floor and neighbors listen through thick doors. I was not there for the taking, and I will not decorate what I did not see. I do not know whether they knocked softly or with the flat of the hand. I do not know whether he had warning, whether he had been shaving, whether he had already put on his jacket. No one told me the shape of his face when the order was shown. Those who tell such details too easily are usually adding lace to a shroud. What I saw was afterward. A grey felt hat lay on the hall table, brim down, not crushed, but abandoned in a manner he would never have allowed. Near the umbrella stand, a pair of gloves had fallen with one finger turned inside out. His walking stick, the dark one with the silver band worn smooth by his palm, remained in its corner. Dust had gathered along the bevel of the mirror, except where a sleeve had brushed it and left a clean, soft streak. In the sitting room, the cushions had been pressed by men who sat without belonging there. The leather held the memory of their weight. 15 years in that city had taught him the sound of distance. He knew which calls carried too much silence before the voice came through. He knew the difference between a friendly car door closing at the curb and an official one, heavier, with a dull metallic catch. In restaurants, he chose tables where mirrors did not betray him too much. In the dining rooms of Milan, where waiters moved with linen over their arms and the kitchens breathed garlic, stock, and hot steel, he spoke low enough that the clatter of plates could cover the unimportant words. The important ones he often did not speak at all. By then, he was 68, though age sat on him selectively. His hair had thinned, his face had lost the plushness men remembered from photographs, but his hands remained deliberate. He could pick up a matchbook, a teaspoon, a folded bill, and make the object seem briefly under command. When he was alone, or nearly so, he did not fill a room. That surprises people who only know men by reputation. He could sit through a long afternoon with the shutters half closed, listening to traffic and saying nothing, as if the city beyond the glass were an instrument being tuned. In Milan, he had lived carefully. That is not the same as quietly. A careful life leaves more traces than a careless one, only they are thinner. A telephone receiver wiped by habit. A driver who never waited directly in front of the entrance. Shoes polished but not new. Calls placed at hours when offices had emptied and wives had begun to prepare supper. A border to the north that could be crossed for reasons no one wrote down in a diary. A business address where men came in smelling faintly of cement dust, tobacco, and rain on wool. I knew enough to read the room, not the papers behind it. When Italian authorities moved in that fashion, they did not do it for theatre. They had been measuring him. The measure had been taken in cafes, on roads, in the pauses between one call and another. They had watched the disciplined old American Italian who had made a second life in a large city and kept it within lines. Perhaps they tired of the lines. Perhaps the lines themselves had become too visible. Preventivo, someone said to me that afternoon, with a shrug meant to be practical. The word had a dry scrape to it, preventive. Before what? Before whom? No answer was offered, and I did not ask. In Italy, a question can be a match struck in a room full of varnish. The man who said it was not unkind. He stood near the doorway, turning his hat between both hands, rubbing the felt as though trying to remove a stain that was not there. His collar had wilted in the heat. Behind him, on the landing, I heard a woman's slippers retreating, soft and quick. On the desk, his papers had been squared again by somebody who did not know his system. That was almost comic. He had a way of setting envelopes not flush, but slightly stepped, according to when he intended to answer them. The cigarettes were where they belonged, the lighter beside them, heavy and cold. An ashtray held one cigarette burned halfway and then left to die. He often did that when thinking, lighting out of courtesy to a habit rather than desire. In the bedroom, the wardrobe door stood open. Dark suits hung close together, shoulder against shoulder, the cloth cool and fine beneath my fingers when I touched one sleeve. A silk tie had slipped from its rack and lay across the drawer handle like a narrow wound. The smell there was familiar: shaving soap, pressed wool, old leather, a little cologne kept past its best years because he disliked waste. On the bedside table there was a book turned face down. He had never liked books left open in that posture. It injured the spine, he said, and things with spines ought not to be bent unnecessarily. The city went on with its polished indifference. Elevators groaned in their shafts. Cups struck saucers in the bars. Men in summer suits crossed the Galleria with newspapers folded under their arms, their shoes making crisp reports on the stone. A young priest passed below the window on a bicycle, cassock clipped at the ankle. From the courtyard came the wet slap of laundry being shaken out by unseen hands. Milan can absorb a removal without changing its expression. Yet this was not one more inconvenience, not another official visit to be endured with courtesy and a lawyer's card. I understood that much without needing anyone to tell me. Preventive arrest was a door disguised as a word. On one side of it remained Milan, the restaurants with their brass rails, the discreet offices, the guarded calls, the broad streets where an old man could still choose his route. On the other side was the interior, smaller towns, watched roads, rooms where every arrival would be noticed before the engine cooled. For 15 years, he had kept the city around him like a coat, well cut and brushed each morning. That day someone took hold of the collar. I stayed longer than I needed to. There are moments when leaving a room is a kind of declaration, and I had no wish to make one. I set the chair beside the telephone back where it belonged. I emptied the glass, rinsed it, dried it with a linen cloth rough from many washings. The small domestic corrections were foolish perhaps, but they were the only answer permitted to me. Outside another tram passed, iron wheels shrieking briefly on the bend, then settling into their steady grind toward the center. Before I closed the door, I looked once more at the hall table. The grey hat remained brimmed down. I did not touch it. Some things announce the end of a chapter more plainly when left exactly as they were found. Scene 28, Serra de Conti. The receiver was black and heavy in my hand, warmed by another person's palm before mine, and the line had that dry, insect sound one heard on European telephones when the rain was somewhere between cities. I remember the cafe table under my wrist, marble chipped along the edge, and the spoon lying in its saucer with a little brown ring of coffee drying around it. Someone had spoken his name too softly, as if the name itself might travel back through the wire and bring trouble into the room. On the 20th of June 1971, they sentenced him to 4 years of obligatory residence at Serra de Conti in the province of Ancona. That is how it was said to me, obligatory residence. Not prison, not freedom. A phrase with polished shoes and iron beneath the sole. I had heard such phrases before in Italy. Confino, soggiorno, obbligato. They sounded almost polite when spoken by clerks, by lawyers, by men who kept their collars clean in the summer heat. A person was not locked in a cell. He was assigned to a place. A town became the wall. The road out became the locked door. The hills, the fields, the church steps, the men in the square, all of them became part of the sentence. Serra de Conti sits high, where the air comes in bands of dust and grass and crushed leaves. Medieval walls hold the old town as a hand holds a stone. Below are olive groves, with grey-green leaves turned silver by wind, and vineyards laid out in narrow rows across the Marche hills. In summer the light is white and flat at noon, then honey-coloured along the walls before evening. Bells mark the morning with a hard bronze sound. At certain hours the square seems to belong only to old men, their chairs scraping softly, their shoes planted apart, their faces lifted not with curiosity but with the habit of noticing everything. A stranger there remains a stranger. Not for one day, not for a week. Always, even when he buys bread from the same counter. Even when he nods to the same priest, even when the dust from the same road settles on his shoes. In such a town, nobody needs to ask who has arrived. The town knows before the shutters are opened. They transported him there on the 13th of July. I was not beside him in the car. I did not see the door shut on his coat, or the official hand steadying the papers, or the driver's eyes in the mirror. But I know the weight of those car doors from that time, the deep metallic clack, the way a man of his age would pause before folding himself into the back seat if others were watching. He had always understood the theatre of small movements. A hat lifted by 2 fingers, a cigarette placed untouched in an ashtray, a napkin smoothed once across the lap. Such things told more truth than the speeches men gave for newspapers. By then he was 68 or 69, depending on which year was being counted and by whom. His face had thickened with age, but not softened. There are men who become smaller only when they are alone. In company they still use their shoulders, their silence, the careful angle of the chin. I knew that in a hotel room, when the hall outside had gone quiet and the last tray had been taken away, he could sit for a long time without occupying much space. The cuffs of his shirt would be exact. His shoes would be aligned under the chair. If there was ice in a glass, he would turn it once or twice and listen to the wet knock against the side, then forget to drink. Far from Milan, far from New York, far from the rooms where waiters moved quickly and men lowered their voices when he entered, they put him in a hilltop town of a few thousand people. That was the neatness of it. No melodrama. No black corridor. Only a municipal office, local officials, signatures, a stamped instruction, the understanding that he could not leave. I imagine the office because I have seen 100 like it. Greenish walls, a calendar curled at the bottom, a wooden desk with a glass top, a crucifix above a filing cabinet, the smell of ink, dust, and summer wool. Perhaps a clerk repeated the limits. Perhaps a policeman stood near the door with his hands folded behind his back. There would have been the sound of papers being squared, the dry slide of one sheet over another. Men like that do not need to raise their voices. The paper speaks first. If Joe answered, I think he did so briefly. He disliked waste. A man could be brought very low and still refuse to spend words on those who have already decided the shape of his day. He may have nodded. He may have looked past the shoulder of the official to the window, where the hot light would have made everything outside appear bleached and distant. I cannot swear to these things. I can only say I knew the way his mouth closed when he was being handled by men who mistook custody for knowledge. For 4 months, from that July day until the 26th of November, Serra de Conti held him. What did he do there? People always want this kind of answer. They want the restaurant, the room, the hour of the walk, the chair in the square, the woman who came or did not come. They want a receipt, a menu, a witness gesture. I will not decorate what I do not know. I can tell you the town had morning bells and walls that kept their medieval chill even when the sun was cruel. I can tell you the vineyards browned toward autumn, and the air at dusk gathered the smell of damp stone and wood smoke. I can tell you that in such places, footsteps are distinct. Leather soles on old paving. A cane tip. A shutter hook clicking into place. A stranger hears all of it. He had lived by movement. Not hurried movement, not the running of boys, but the easy passage of a man to whom doors opened. Restaurants with tiled floors, still wet from the mop. Coatrooms smelling of cigar smoke and perfume. Dining cars where oatmeal arrived in a white bowl, with the spoon laid straight and the coffee poured from a dented silver pot. Thick carpet underfoot. The padded hush of hotel corridors. The soft slap of cards on green felt in rooms where the windows were kept closed and the air was blue by midnight. In Serra de Conti, the sounds would have been older. Bells, roosters, a tractor coughing in the fields below, women calling from one window to another, the scrape of a chair outside a bar, a bicycle chain ticking as a boy coasted downhill. At night, dogs. Then the large silence of the countryside, which is never empty, only patient. Autumn came without asking permission. The white heat withdrew from the walls. Grapes disappeared from the vines. Olive leaves shivered in a colder wind. Men changed from shirt sleeves to jackets and still sat in the square, watching. The town did not need to accuse him. It only needed to remain itself. Once, many years earlier, I had seen him stand at a window after a telephone call, the receiver still in his hand, though the line was dead. He held it against his chest a moment before replacing it, as if the black Bakelite had weight beyond its size. There was a restaurant kitchen below us. Garlic and hot oil came up through the floorboards, and plates struck against one another with a sharp, white sound. He said nothing for so long that I thought he had forgotten I was there. Then he asked whether it was raining. That was how he avoided certain rooms inside himself. Weather, food, a train time, the price of a suit. The ordinary world was useful, because it did not answer back. In the marché, assigned to a town by order of men who could measure a road and call it mercy, the ordinary world must have pressed very close. Bread cooling behind a shop window. A church door swollen by age. A municipal notice pinned beneath glass. The rough nap of a blanket in a rented bed, if there was such a bed. The taste of mineral water gone warm in its bottle. I do not say where he slept. I do not say who came. The archive may love those empty spaces, but I have learned to leave some rooms closed. What I understood was simpler. A man who had crossed oceans, borders, cities, and names had been reduced to a perimeter. His power, whatever remained of it, could not make the road down from Serra to Conti available to him. The walls were not high because they did not have to be. Every pathway was already spoken for. Until the 26th of November, he belonged to that hilltop town. The bells rang in the morning. The old men sat in the square. The olive trees turned their rough silver leaves to the wind. And whatever he was waiting for came nearer without making a sound. Scene 29, the final phone call. The receiver was heavier than people remember, black and slick at the places where many hands had warmed it, with a dull metal smell that came off the mouthpiece when it was held too close. In the hospital at Ancona, the cord made a small twisted line across the sheet. Outside, beyond the shutters and the pale wall, the Adriatic lay flat and pewter-colored, and the gulls made their thin, harsh cries over the port. He was 69, though illness had taken the number and rubbed it with a dirty thumb. A man can become younger at the mouth when he is very ill. The cheeks fall away, the eyes look larger, and there is something almost boyish in the way he waits for another person to bring the world to him. He did not like that. His hand lay on the blanket as if it had been placed there by someone else, broad still, with the fingers squared at the ends, the nails trimmed too neatly for a hospital bed. The nurse had closed the door softly. Italian hospital doors never truly close. They remain in the frame with a little sigh, and everything passes through them: shoe leather on tile, the dry scrape of a chair, a cart with a loose wheel, a woman crying in another room without wanting to be heard. There was boiled linen in the air, and carbolic, and the faint sourness of oranges peeled hours before and left in a dish. Ancona was not a city for endings of that kind, if endings take advice from scenery. It was a provincial capital on the coast, not grand, not wicked, not theatrical enough for men who had lived by tables at the back of restaurants and by telephones answered after midnight. In November, its light had a raw edge. The stone of the streets held damp. Laundry dried badly. The sea wind pushed at collars and entered rooms through cracks no caretaker could find. To call New York from there in 1971 was not like lifting a receiver now and falling through the air without weight. First there was the operator, then another voice farther away, and then the pauses, official and hollow, while women with headsets and men behind panels made a path across countries. One waited inside a series of clicks. There were little bursts of static, like paper being crumpled far off. Sometimes a line opened, and you heard breathing that was not yours, or a room tone from another life, and then it vanished. He knew all this. He had lived in the age when a telephone was not furniture, but an instrument, something as dangerous as a pistol if the wrong ear came near it. I have seen men like him cradle a receiver with tenderness and suspicion, as though it were both a baby bird and a snake. They spoke with the mouth near the black cup, never shouting, never wasting a syllable. The whole dining room could know that business was being done without hearing a single useful word. On that day, the call cost $560. Say the number slowly. $560 when a good coat still had weight and a hotel clerk looked twice at $100 bill. It was not a brief mistake. It was not a wrong number, corrected with apologies. Money leaked out through that wire, minute by minute, bright and absurd, while the hospital clock moved its hands over the white wall and the November afternoon thinned over the harbor. Somewhere on the other end was New York City. Not the New York of postcards. Not the skyline laid out clean as silver knives. The other one, steam coming up through street grates, taxi horns flattened by wet pavement, a restaurant kitchen exhaling garlic and hot fat into an alley, the hard clap of a car door at the curb. In winter, the telephones there had their own smell, especially in lobbies and furnished rooms, a mixture of dust, nickel, wool gloves, and stale cigarette smoke. A receiver lifted in Manhattan or Brooklyn could carry all of that in its silence. Whether you imagine the call arriving in an apartment with drawn curtains, or in an office after hours, or in a booth with scratched glass and a dead fly on the ledge, you are already doing what the men with files did. You are putting furniture around a name you do not have. I will not help you with that. There were people, even then, whose names could be spoken only in kitchens with water running. There were women who survived by becoming misremembered. A red mouth at one table, a dark veil at another, a surname borrowed for an afternoon, a signature no one could read. If a man wanted to protect such a person, he did not leave much behind. If the government wanted to protect itself, it left less. Years later, I was told there was a paper somewhere, one of those final papers made by patient men after the subject has nearly slipped from their hands. The call was there, they said. Ancona Hospital to New York City. November 25, 1971. $560. The name at the receiving end covered over, or removed, or made into a black place no eye could enter. I never saw it. I have never liked rooms where papers decide what happened. By then, everyone who mattered knew the international lines were listened to. The American company with its blue letters had its channels, and the bureau had its appetite. Across the Atlantic, the words passed through machinery, through switchboards, through trained attention. Even private speech had to travel in public clothes. A man like him would have understood that before his fingers touched the dial, before the nurse came back to ask if he needed water, before the operator said, in that careful voice, to hold the line. Still, he made the call. That is the part that remains. Not the legend. Not the restaurants. Not the silk ties or the polished shoes or the men who lowered their voices when he entered. Those things belong to rooms full of smoke and other people's stories. What remains to me is a hospital bed in a small Adriatic city, the coarse blanket folded at the waist, the glass on the bedside table with a rim of chalky water, the receiver resting against the side of his face like a dark shell. His breathing had a dry catch in it. Between words, if there were words, the line would have filled with that faint oceanic rush old telephones carried, the sound one mistook for distance itself. New York was not only far away, it was delayed. A question sent from Italy crossed the water and came back changed by salt, copper, and listening. People think last conversations are made of confessions. They are often made of ordinary fragments because the ordinary is what cannot be recovered. A name not said. A room remembered by the color of its curtains. The taste of oatmeal in a dining car. Ice gone soft in a glass. A joke repeated badly because the first time it had made someone laugh. A pause long enough for both parties to hear the cost of silence. No, I will not tell you what was said. There are sentences that become vulgar when repeated. There are endearments that die if they are taken out of the mouth that formed them. and there are promises so old that even breaking them would be a kind of vanity. If the line was answered, if a voice in New York came through the crackle, if he listened with his eyes half closed and his hand tightening once on the sheet, those things belonged to the space between the two receivers. In that hospital room, the light would have moved slowly up the wall. Nurses would have changed shifts. A trolley would have rattled past, its wheels striking the same uneven tile with a soft metallic complaint. Perhaps someone in the corridor laughed and then stopped, remembering where she was. The smell of broth came at evening, thin and salty, from somewhere below. He had spent his life understanding conversation as a form of possession. A word placed here, a silence there, and men moved. Doors opened. Money changed hands. Cars waited with engines ticking. Yet this call, so expensive and so exposed, had no empire in it that I can see. Only distance, jump pants 80. Only a man using the last strength of his voice to reach a city that could no longer receive him openly. When the receiver was put down, whenever it was put down, the room must have become enormous. Old telephones ended things with such certainty. The click was small, but it had a clean edge. Afterward there was only the hospital again, linen, glass, rubber soles, sea wind worrying the shutters, the Adriatic breathing against the stones below. The paper, they say, kept the charge and lost the person. That seems almost correct. The world is very good at preserving the price of tenderness and very poor at preserving its face. Somewhere, a clerk saw $560 and understood only duration. Somewhere, a name was hidden so well that hiding became its final form. I have lived long enough in European rooms with rented curtains and narrow beds to know the mercy of not being found. On the night of November 25, 1971, New York went on making its hard, wet noises. In Ancona, the hospital settled into its thin sleep. Between them lay the cable, the operators, the listening men, the blackened name, and a conversation that cost a fortune because it had to be finished. Scene 30. Death at Ancona Hospital. The corridor floor took the sound of my heels and flattened it into a soft, dull tapping, as if the hospital wished to quiet even the living. It was the 26th of November, and Ancona had that pale Adriatic light which does not enter a room so much as rest against the walls. Outside, the sea was somewhere beyond the streets and the laundry lines, silver and cold. Inside, there was wax on the floor, steam in the pipes, and the boiled smell of sheets washed too often. A provincial hospital has no grandeur in its mercy. The paint was rubbed thin where hands had searched for balance. A chair had one loose cane strand that caught at a stocking. On the sill, a glass held water with a skin of dust at the rim, and the window rattled faintly when a lorry passed below. Everything was ordinary enough to be cruel. They had put him in a bed with a narrow iron frame. Joe, who had known heavy car doors and thick carpets, who liked a dining car table set with a clean napkin and ordered oatmeal as if it were a matter of policy, lay under a white cover that had been tucked too tightly at the corners. There are men who make rooms smaller by entering them. In that room, after, he made the bed seem too large. I arrived when I arrived. That is the only honest way to say it. People are always greedy for the clock at such moments, as if the minute could be held responsible. A nurse with red hands moved past me carrying a metal tray, the instruments upon it giving a dry little chatter. At the desk, a man was speaking too loudly into a telephone, then lowering his voice when he remembered where he was. The black receiver shone with the grease of many palms. The day before, there had been the long call to New York, The expensive one, $560, the sort of sum that made clerks raise their eyes and relatives ask what had been said. I will not repeat what I do not own. Some words are not public merely because Wire carried them. In the room, there was the stillness that comes after effort has left. Not peace, not drama. A particular absence, close and airless, like a coat hanging behind a door when the man who wore it has gone out for the last time. His face had been arranged by hands more practical than tender. The skin over the cheekbones was smooth in the flat hospital light. He had turned 69 4 days earlier. November was a poor month for birthdays in Italy. The damp enters the bones, and the evenings close before a man has finished his coffee. Someone had placed his spectacles on the small table beside the bed. They were folded with care, though not by him. Joe never folded spectacles that way. He set things down as if he expected to find them again by touch. A watch near the saucer, a lighter square to the edge of a table, a telephone receiver returned softly but not quite into its cradle. In hotels he would pass his fingers over the brass key tag before leaving it with the porter. In restaurants he sat where he could hear the kitchen door swing, the wet slap of mops, the thick chop of knives through parsley. He trusted sounds more than assurances. A woman came along the corridor while I was there, or near enough to there that I remember the shift in the air before I remember her face. Her shoes were sensible, black, with a worn shine at the toes. The nurse at the desk bent over a paper, asked a question, and the woman gave the name Mrs. George Olmo. She did not say it theatrically. She said it as one gives a name to a railway clerk, knowing the train will leave whether the clerk spells it correctly or not. I do not know what she was to him. In such places, relations are reduced to ink, and ink has never been faithful. There were names that belonged to him more plainly, though even names become delicate when a man is dead. Joseph Jr., Dolores Maria, Anna. Elizabeth. I had heard them in different rooms. Not always together, never as a display. Once, in a hotel with thick curtains and a blue carpet gone soft at the center, he had paused over a letter before putting it away inside his jacket. He did not invite questions. Men like him made privacy look like manners. From the open door came the muffled scrape of a chair and the far clang of something dropped in a basin. Hospital sounds are small and metallic. They do not rise to meet an event. A man dies, and a trolley wheel squeaks in the passage. A sheet is folded. A window is opened for stale air. Downstairs, someone argues over the correct change for cigarettes. The world is not discreet. It is merely occupied. I thought then, because one thinks in crooked lines at such times, of the other men whose endings had reached me through Joe's silences and unfinished sentences. Yale on a Sunday, with machine gun fire tearing the afternoon open and glass settling on the pavement like coarse sugar. Massaria at a card table in Coney Island, the plates and cups still around him, the restaurant kitchen breathing garlic and steam through its swinging door. Moretti at lunch, fork and napkin, and the wet red fact of a dining room suddenly made useless. Seagull behind a window, the rifle doing its work from outside the life it ended. Anastasia in a barber's chair, warm towels, tonic, mirrors, the terrible intimacy of a man sitting still while others decide he will never stand again. I did not see those places. I knew them from how Joe spoke of weather, of chairs, of the way a man had been positioned in a room. He rarely described blood. He described surfaces. A pavement. A tablecloth. A pane of glass. The tile beneath a barber's shoes. It was his way of keeping the dead at a distance, and bringing them very near. For him there was no pavement, no restaurant floor, no window bursting inward, no white barber's cape spotted before the mirror. There was an iron bed in Ancona and a thin blanket pulled high. The Adriatic light touched the footboard and moved no farther. If there was mercy in that, it kept its mouth closed. If there was irony, it did the same. A doctor entered once, not briskly, not slowly. He had the tired carefulness of a man who had already said what needed saying elsewhere. His cuffs were a little frayed. He looked at the bed, then at the paper in his hand, and the paper made a soft, fibrous sound when he folded it. No one in that room asked him to explain the body. There are explanations that only lengthen the corridor. Later, when I left, the sea air had come up through the streets. It carried salt and diesel and the cold damp of stone steps. At the corner, a boy kicked a flat football against a wall, each strike hard and hollow. A bus sighed at its stop. Somewhere behind me, in the hospital, they would be making the necessary arrangements with low voices and carbon paper. Months passed. On May 30th, 1972, I heard from a man who still heard things from American offices that they had closed their file on Joe. 6 months after the bed, after the rattling window, after Mrs. George Olmo giving her name to a nurse with red hands. A formal closing, he said, as if a life could be shut with a drawer. I was in Europe still. There was rain on the shutters that afternoon, soft at first, then harder, and I remember the receiver against my ear, black and warm from my own hand. I said nothing for a while. Across the line the man waited, and the rain kept making its small report against the glass. Scene 31, Funeral and Burial. The coffin came off the aircraft with a dull, metallic patience, as if bronze had its own idea of time. Men in dark coats guided it from the belly of Alitalia, Flight 6110, Rome to New York, on the 2nd day of December, while the cold at Kennedy lay flat against the concrete and made every sound carry. A latch snapped. A truck door groaned on its hinges. Somewhere behind me, a man cleared his throat into a wool scarf and said it was a heavy one. They weighed everything in America. Even grief, if it arrived in a crate. I had seen men lift lesser things with more ceremony. This was careful, practical work, gloved hands under polished edges, shoulders bent, breath whitening in the air. The bronze had a muted shine, not gold, not brown, something between old church bells and a wet penny. A paper tag trembled at one corner when the wind found it. The name on the arrangements was not the one he had liked best. Already, before the Mass, before the church, before the cemetery, he was being carried back toward a beginning he had spent most of his life stepping away from. A.K. Macagna had seen to the transport and the services. That was the sort of thing one heard in low voices, beside a telephone table, from men who never quite removed their hats indoors. There were calls from Rome, calls to New Jersey, a receiver warm from one hand and cold in the next. The black Bakelite had a hard, oily feel against the cheek. You could smell tobacco on it, old breath, the faint metal dust of distance. People said the name of the funeral home, as if saying it correctly, might keep disorder from entering the room. He had always liked arrangements. Not ceremony, no. Ceremony could become vulgar if the wrong man touched it. Arrangements were different. A table in the corner. A car waiting with the engine already low and smooth. A waiter who knew when not to return. A bill settled before a woman saw it. In private he could be particular about small, soft things, the fold of a napkin, the temperature of soup, the rasp of a cheap match against a box. Once, on a train, he sent back eggs and asked for oatmeal, plain, and laughed when I looked at him. The laugh was quiet, almost dry. "What?" he said. "You think a man must eat steak to prove something?" At Kennedy there was no laugh left to protect him. By the 6th of December, the cold had moved into New Jersey with more confidence. The trees were bare along Cliffside Park, black twigs scratching at a grey sky. The streets looked narrower than memory allowed. Car tires hissed over damp patches near the curb. At the Church of the Epiphany, the doors opened and closed on pockets of warm incense, candle wax, wet wool, hair lacquer, and winter skin. 7 limousines stood outside, long and black, their sides polished enough to hold the church in a stretched reflection. Drivers kept their caps low and their engines running. Exhaust gathered in soft blue ropes behind the bumpers, then broke apart in the air. A limousine door has a special weight when it closes at a funeral. It does not slam, it seals. One after another, the doors gave their padded thuds, and people came out with their heads lowered against weather or against notice. I will not give them names. Some names were never given to me, and some I have kept too long to spend them now. Inside, Father Edward McDermott said the Mass. His voice rose and settled against the ceiling, a steady clerical sound, trained not to tremble. Candles made small liquid noises in their glass. Kneelers creaked under careful knees. A woman near the aisle held a handkerchief so tightly that the lace cut into her fingers. No one sobbed loudly. That would have been out of fashion for that room, for those men, for that dead man. He had held court in that town once, they said. Not to me in any official way. No one ever handed me a page and asked me to read the truth. But rooms remember. Waiters remember. A barman will polish the same clean glass for 20 years and tell you, without telling you, where a man used to sit. Cliffside Park had changed by then. The old afternoon gravity had gone out of it. Storefronts had new signs. Men who once waited to be noticed were dead, retired, moved south, or had learned to let younger faces fill the windows. Fort Lee, too, had taken on a different light. The roads were busier. The air smelled of petrol and river damp, not dominion. During the prayers, I watched the coffin more than the priest. Bronze and the flowers. White lilies with bruised edges. Ribbon ends resting on the lid like tongues that had decided to be still. It was strange, the way a chosen name could fill so many rooms and then not fit on the final box. Joe Adonis had been a suit he wore until people mistook it for skin. Giuseppe Dotto was older than vanity, older than appetite, older than the American mouth that had learned to say him otherwise. When the Mass ended, there was the scraping of shoes, the soft cough of men who had smoked too long, the whispered business of moving bodies out of pews and into cars. Outside, the December light had flattened further. The limousines received them. 7 of them, Mantine 5th, simple trees, sense all them of them, bine of them. 7 black lengths easing away from the church in order, with chrome glinting under the dull sky and the driver's hands steady on the wheels. At Madonna Cemetery in Fort Lee, the wind had more room. It crossed the open ground and pressed coats against legs. The earth was dark where it had been opened, clotted and raw against the winter grass. A canvas strap creaked. The men from the cemetery worked without theatre, their faces reddened by cold. Their shovels stood nearby, wooden handles smooth from years of use, metal blades damp with soil. There are women who arrive at gravesites because it is expected. There are women who remain because leaving would be a second death. I stood where the ground dipped slightly and felt the mud take the shape of my shoes. Whether someone wrote down Mrs. Rossi beside that hour, whether some man asked another man who she was, whether the answer satisfied him, I cannot say. A woman can be named by strangers and still be no one they know. The others did not stay long. Funerals have a schedule, and men with heavy coats often trust schedules more than silence. A few crossed themselves. A few looked at the hole and then past it, toward the road where the cars waited with their warm leather seats and ticking engines. The last of the limousines moved off with a slow crunch of gravel. After that, there was only the cemetery wind, the soft mechanical lowering, the breath of the gravediggers, and a crow making its cracked sound from a bare branch. Giuseppe Dotto. Born Montemarano, 1902. That was the name that held him there. Not the name spoken in restaurants, not the name that opened doors, not the name women tested in mirrors before deciding whether to smile. The law had allowed him his beautiful invention for half a century, and he had worn it with the vanity of a man who believed the world could be trained. But stone is not trained. Stone accepts the first name and the last dust. I thought of his hands. Not the public hands, not the hands people imagined when they spoke too brightly at supper. The private hands. Square, warm, fastidious. Hands that broke bread into small pieces before eating it. Hands that turned a glass once, twice, while the ice cracked and shifted. Hands that could rest on a table without asking for anything and still make the room arrange itself around them. No one at the grave asked me what I knew. That was wise. Knowledge is a vulgar word for certain rooms. I knew the set of his mouth when a telephone rang too late. I knew the way he listened when the line carried bad weather and Italian voices. I knew how he disliked cheap cologne, overcooked pasta, and men who laughed before understanding the joke. I knew that age had made him less handsome and more exact. What he feared, he folded small and kept out of sight, like money in a jacket lining. The gravediggers began to fill the opening. Soil struck the bronze with a sound I had not expected, not a crash, not a drumbeat, but a thick, final patter, as though wet hands were clapping far away. Then more earth. And the sound changed. Softer, lower. Soon the coffin made no answer at all. Afterward, men would ask about property. Men always do. Papers would be opened, accounts questioned, estates worried over by those whose profession required patience and suspicion. I heard enough to know that even after burial they were not finished with him. America has long fingers. They reach into drawers, bank books, kitchens, cemetery offices. But fingers are not eyes, and eyes are not memory. I stayed until the light changed. It went from grey to pewter, then to that thin blue which comes before evening in December. The gravediggers tamped the earth flat. One wiped his hands on his coat and would not look at me. At last there was no open ground, only a new rectangle of disturbed soil and the name that waited above it, older than all his victories. When I turned away, the cemetery gravel sounded sharp under my shoes. No limousine waited for me. Only the road, the cold air from the river, and the small ordinary noise of a car passing somewhere beyond the stones.